Katarina, are you ready there?
Ready?
Yes, ready?
Let's get started.
Anche al cameraman quello alla USA normale. E anche qui a noi è arrivata.
Perfect.
Possiamo andare?
Hello everybody and welcome back to this afternoon's Para-Archery World Ranking event. We're here the afternoon to talk you through all of the action. My name is Carrie Leonard and I'm here with my co-host.
Kevin Mather.
And we were here with you this morning going through the team matches, but we are into the individual matches this afternoon. So unfortunately, we're not competing in these ourselves, but we're here to talk you through. So you'll have me from the compound side, you'll have Kevin from the recurve side.
It's another great day. The sun's come out, and yeah, the wind's still not picked up quite yet. So looking for some exciting matches here.
Luckily, we have prime viewing and we are under a tent because the sun would probably be a hindrance to both of us.
That is correct. I think we are the palest of the group out here on this field today.
So they maybe were thinking when they gave us this job.
Absolutely. I'll take the shade every day of the week.
And our first match I'll talk you through the matches we have this afternoon actually. So we're going to start with Women W1 Open, and then we're going to go on to Men W1 Open, and then we'll have...
The Compound Men Open?
No, we'll have the Compound Women Open
Compound
first.
Women Open.
Is it first place?
Yes, and then the Compound Men Open.
And then we go on to Recurve Women Open and the Recurve Men Open.
And then the Women W1 Open and the Men W1 Open. I'm confused now.
We then have the Compound Women Open and the Compound Men Open, and the very last matches of the day are...
Oh, the Recurve Women Open for the gold medal match and the Recurve Men Open gold medal match.
So we have plenty of action here, a jam-packed schedule. And I think we're going to get athletes out onto the field for the
Ladies and
first match.
gentlemen, the archery official, welcome back to the Para-Archery World Ranking event 2021 here in Nove, Mesto, and Mesto. We are ready to welcome athletes for the W1 Open bronze medal match.
Asia Pellizzari and Sharka Musalova, who we saw earlier. And both of the athletes have quota positions for Tokyo, so this will be this will definitely be, well, we hope this will be a good warm-up for Tokyo, for us to get to see how they perform against each other. Also, great music going on here at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a great mix of music all throughout the week. Some good rock, some country music throughout the week. It's been exciting, but...
On target number 1, representing Italy, Asia Pellizzari. And on target number 2, representing Czech Republic, Sarka Musilova.
On the second target we have...
Line judge for this match, Mr. Dimitrios Avgerinakis.
Sure. I was trying to sound like him, how he announced it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the viewers at home get to hear the commentator on the field, but we can hear, and we're picking up the the pronunciation of the athletes. So we're going to start into this match now, and it's for bronze. Again, watching to see how these archers, or what their score is after the first arrow. They can then take time to adjust.
Seven.
Asia starts with a 7.
Seven.
And matched by Sharka with a 7 too.
Five.
And I have 5. Both of those arrows were right.
Yeah, both archers have been out the right side so far, so it's interesting.
9.
9. Good. Maybe Sharka decided to move her sight before she shot that second arrow.
Yeah, the first arrows can be, difficult, getting the nerves out, getting something. Obviously, you want to show up and have that first arrow hit.
4.
And a 4 from our Italian archer. You can see behind both archers there's a crowd forming.
9.
And a 9 from Sharka. So we see 25 plays 16. So Sharka is in front after the first end.
Yeah, quite a good lead there. I would definitely would take that any day.
Yeah. And we're back to cumulative scoring now for the W1 competition. So every arrow does matter, making sure that you're adjusting as quickly as possible within your matches, and of course within the time frame that you have.
Yeah, you can't give anything away in cumulative score.
25, so
Have you ever shot
16
set play,
at the end of the
even with your
first.
compounds, just for
And
funsies?
this bronze
No, not
medal
even just for
match,
funsies.
Back when it was-
When it was
Yeah.
set points, I shot set
one.
points,
Let's check in
so
first.
have experience of it. It definitely is something that, well, I got to shoot one competition with set points, so, and I think it might have been my very first competition, so I really didn't know what to expect or what was happening. But it's definitely a different feeling to shooting cumulative scoring.
Yeah. Do you have a preference, one over the other?
Oh, I don't think I had enough time to form a preference,
Gotcha.
so cumulative is fine by me.
Eight.
We have an 8, which is a little bit coming into line after those adjustments.
9.
Sharka shoots a 9. Again, we have a breeze picking up.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tailwind now. Quartering a little right to left.
7.
7 for the Italian, in very similar spot, I would say. So I would make some adjustments to my sight if I was in
10.
the same position. Especially when we see 10s coming in on the opposite side from Sharka.
Yeah, you definitely got to find a way to stop the bleeding. You can't just be giving away points like that. So, cumulative score, you got to stop it as fast as you can somehow.
It can be difficult when you're under those pressure, in these pressure situations, and you don't know whether it's, say,
9.
a 9. Great. You don't know whether it's a form issue or it is a sight issue. So you kind of have to make a decision one way or the other.
Absolutely, and that's where you can see coaches standing behind each athlete, and sometimes if you don't come to the conclusion yourself, sometimes your coach can help you get to that conclusion. So hopefully, their coaches are talking to them, getting them settled down, getting them in a place where they can deliver these next arrows well, make some adjustments if they need to get them back in the gold.
Some making
As
way
the
more
Prince was
forcefully than
first
others.
after the qualification
absolutely.
round, victory in the quarterfinal against Victoria Kingston and defeated by Teresa Brantova in the
With my coach,
same
it's very
second
hard.
place
But I appreciate
Sarka
the
Musilova
the
Not so
for the
much a suggestion with them.
qualification. Victory against Fatma Danabas in the quarter.
But again, when you work
defeated
with
by
somebody day in,
Victoria
day out,
Umari
they're
in the
able to say those things to
53
you.
to 40.
Yeah,
Ready for the
that's a
third
big
and
part of archery for most archers is that relationship, finding a coach, developing trust in them so that when they do tell you to do something, you trust that it's the right thing to do, even if in the moment you might not think so. Can be extremely helpful. And yeah, I've had coaches in my life that have made decisions for me, more or less on the line, and it's usually worked out. So.
We go on with the bronze medal. Italy to shoot first. See if they can close the gap.
8.
8. High this time.
9.
It's a 9. A nice height. Just needs to make a few turns.
Yeah, a few clicks here or there.
Mm-hmm.
Nine.
9.
It's a 9, maybe 10.
A 9 liner. Or should I say 10 liner for Sharka.
Nine.
9 to finish.
Eight.
And then 8.
So we have to wait the confirmation from the
So let's see
target
what the
judge
judges have to say.
about the second
How they
arrow
call
of
those arrows.
Musilova.
Yeah, Sarka's got that 9, maybe 10 liner. So,
And again, we're going back to the best of 5 ends, or should I say, we're going to 5 ends. So we've just finished the third on that. We'll have to. There's a lot left in this match, but again, with that growing divide between the two archers, it becomes, regardless of a form issue, but it does become a mental issue as well when
It was a
you feel
9
there's
for
such a big
Sarka
mountain to climb.
Musilova, 26 time this third
But on
end.
that, we actually had a
But
tie.
she's still leading the match, 79 to 66.
So the gap doesn't grow anymore
and
after
to go.
this end.
Target 1 shooting first.
Okay, so we go back to Italy beginning, I believe. And again, it's got a different dynamic than it did this morning because we're now individuals. We're now on our own and don't have that teammate there for emotional support or for actually archery support on the line.
The archery support, exactly. You're out there alone, and you know, I find shooting individual. It's there she goes. She gets a 9 in there. You it's a little more relaxed with the 30-second clock per arrow, and as far as that goes, but it's a little more stressful being out there by yourself. You know, when you got your teammate out there, you can sort of talk to them in between ends while you're getting your arrows back and sort of make it more relaxed environment. But individual seems to be, you feel all the pressure and the stress, at least for myself personally when I'm out there. Sometimes I can show up in the arrows, so.
One of the things about both Italy and the Czech Republic, though, especially at a European competition, is that they have such a big team that you can still feel that support from behind the line, and you can hear them too as they cheer over the barriers.
Yeah, absolutely. Got both teams have a pretty good amount of support coming from behind right now.
9, maybe 10.
She's starting to group these very, very well and starting to come towards the center.
8.
You see an 8 there from Sharka.
Yeah, so Italy could have made up,
So another
you know,
check this time for Aziapelli. Sorry.
a couple points here, maybe 3, if that for 9 is a 10. And Sarka stays with her 8-8-9 there.
Yeah.
Get a couple points back. Still has some work to do though.
So you still have 11 points gap, I believe, going into the last end. If the 9 gets called as a 10. There we go.
28 to 26. Musilova is still leading the match, 105 to 94. When we are ready to move into the next and last end of this bronze medal match. W1 Women Open.
We see a lot of teams aren't here today.
First.
You know, for a number of reasons, they're no longer in the competition, and they have flights to catch, and logistically are trying to get out with all of the restrictions.
Yeah, it's traveling internationally. This is my first time traveling internationally since the COVID pandemic, and it has definitely been more challenging. Not that traveling internationally is a simple process, so getting all your COVID tests in and the exact right time frame, because they need to be, you know, within 72 hours, or depending on the country you're going into, sooner than that from your flight, or your arrival in country, depending on how the country is handling their regulations. So a bit more stress and
10.
so yeah, I think that's because normally this tournament, even on the final day, we have a good amount of all the teams here, and then there's a big celebration at the end of it, and so I think it'll be a little less this year, but you know, with COVID and everything, probably not the worst thing, is people want to stay safe and not be getting sick going into Tokyo.
No, exactly. Everyone is minding themselves to make sure that they're in as fit and healthy as they can be before, as the window actually to qualify and get on a plane to Tokyo has been so short for a lot of archers.
Yeah, absolutely.
The ones who secured places here during the week, of course, ones that didn't secure theirs in the Netherlands 2 years ago, but the ones that secured them this week, you know, didn't know until they till they finished out those quota matches.
Yeah, till just, you know, yesterday or day before, depending on when they did it. So
9.
they probably have a lot of work to do back home with paperwork and filing and all the fun things that go along with being an athlete that I think a lot of people aren't aware of.
It's a 9, maybe 10. Doesn't matter.
See
Because
that Sharka has
bronze medal in the
so
W1
it's a
Women
bronze medal
Open
for the
goes
Czech
to
Republic.
Turka
Congratulations from
Musilova.
coaches, and we would just wait for the official confirmation. But again, these two teams didn't need to worry about, or don't need to worry now, because they know that they have places in Tokyo secured. So it's a headache for somebody back in the office in the Czech Republic and in Italy to make sure that all of the plane tickets are bought, right?
Absolutely, plane tickets. I mean, I was just yesterday giving information to people back home for that. You know, the airports I'm flying in and out, my passport information. You know, all that fun stuff that has to be done. You know, you don't just magically show up in Tokyo. So, you know, there's possibly uniform things. You know, maybe if there's any equipment changes you need to be looking into. Hopefully, at this point, you've got all that sorted out by now. But you know, we're archers. We like to tweak on things. If there's points we think we can get
because, like we said, any one of these athletes is definitely deserving of competing on that main stage. So we see a slight issue now that as we go into this match.
That's unfortunate. He forgot to take his mask off, and hopefully he can get this arrow off. Definitely feel for him.
It's going to be tight. He'll need to get it off.
Oh, got it off.
Shooting a 6, but still saving it rather than being a miss.
Absolutely, 6 points is better than a 0 for him there. So I'm happy to be able to get it off and score. And with the 4 on the other side, he definitely saved himself by getting that 6 down there.
He did. So we can see these archers are using wrist releases. Again, going back to them being W1 and knowing or understanding a bit about those impairments. This is something that typically we see with W1 archers.
Yeah, they to classify as a W1, you need to have upper limb impairment. And generally, this includes finger dexterity and strength. So, drawing back a release that you have to actually hold in your hand, it's doable. Some of them do it, but it's more common to be shooting a wrist release in this category.
And amazingly, after that difficult start for Igor Meshkov, he's actually taken this end in the match. If we look at what the rankings were for these athletes, they began their rankings. Igor Meshkov was ranked 9th, while Karel Davidek was ranked 15th.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive to go from 15th and work your way up to bronze medal match. I mean, it's one of those unexpected things that happens somewhat often. You know, I wouldn't say you'd go from 15th to 3rd all that often, but
22 points for Igor Meshkov,
people often work their way up in the middle of the pack and
ready for the
get on a good run during eliminations day, and hopefully we can see some great archery today out of them as well.
That's true, but actually in this instance, you're talking about an athlete going from 15th to 3rd, but potentially for Karel Davidek, he could be either 3rd or 4th. So he's going from being ranked 15th to progressing up the ladder into either a 3rd or 4th position at the end of this tournament.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
He shoots an 8 on that with that arrow. But it goes to show you have that archers who prefer the qualification rounds, the 720, and then archers who prefer head-to-head shooting. So one might be better in one stage of this competition, but actually when it comes to head-to-heads, we see a reverse in the results. So we have 8s across the board at the moment.
Nine. So certainly that very first arrow must have been
out of character for him. And a 10, a nice way to try and come back with that deficit.
Nine.
It's a 9 to finish. So we still have a 5-point gap after the second end. Some some archers have these have patterns on their wheels. They have what we call spoke arts, a plastic cover. Some archers choose to use them, and some don't. It's definitely my impression is it's a personal choice. It is from my worldview, but I know for recurves you do choose to use spoke arts at certain points.
Yeah, I think it's more common if you're shooting
We
with a
got a
wheelchair
tie
on the
and
recurve side,
26
because
tie, 48 to 43.
most archers will follow
Mesto is
through,
leading the
and we're not
match.
grabbing our bows, right? We'll let the bow fall out of our hand in some way or another, and the limb tip, the lower limb tip, will hit our wheel, and if you don't have a spoke cart there, it'll bounce
Target
off the
number
spoke,
2 will start to shoot
which,
first
you know,
in the next.
doesn't damage the spoke or the limb or anything like that, but if it hits the spoke one way, say when you're shooting, and then you come back and you shoot later, and it hits the spoke a different way just because the spoke's at a slightly different position, like, it's just inconsistent. So when we put that spoke guard there, it gives a consistent follow through, and consistency is mainly what we're looking for in archery. So that's why I choose to run one. That's probably why it's more common on the recurve side. Our limb does hit that thing. Shot.
The low 9 from Karel Davidek.
Yeah, I don't think there's been a high arrow yet. I'm kind of wondering if the warm-up targets are
8.
a foot in from these targets, and so definitely be something I'd be paying attention to if I was sending my archers over here from the warm-up field. Maybe about
9.
Potentially. Would you get somebody out with the measuring tape again?
Oh no, I mean there's they're well within standard, but they can be if they're 6 inches to a foot off, that's or half a meter. It's enough to affect you to get you a ring low. So I just tell my archer, hey, maybe bump your sight 5 clicks down on your first arrow.
I can work in empirical and in metric, so we can.
Perfect.
But it does come down to these margins. You're trying to practice on a target as close to what you will eventually be shooting on, and so it is an important factor for archers to consider. And maybe it is the archers who are competing later on this afternoon will actually realize that by watching these archers go ahead of them at 10. So although low, we're going the right direction.
They're working it.
Mesto was 9th after the qualification round, victory in the 116 against Piotr Janiak, victory against Denis 10 in the 8th of final, victory also in the quarterfinal against Salvatore Demetrico, defeated by Thomas Gaspar in the 10th. 15th position for
Two ends
Karel Davidek.
left to shoot here.
In the 8th of final,
Russia cheering behind us.
for Karel
Yeah, they're
Davidek
getting excited
against
back there. I
Nihat
think we're going to hear a lot of
Nove.
them. I think we got it.
Victory in the quarterfinal
Some more
against
matches
Alexei
with the Russian
Leonov,
team
and he was
after this.
defeated by
They appear a few times on our schedule this afternoon.
For the bronze medal match in the men's W1
I'm sure
Open,
once these archers are done
with Igor
focusing
Mesto
on this
leading
competition, they'll be
74 to
from this
69
match, they'll be
after
back
the
behind
third
with the
and
rest of their team to cheer on
in
their
the game
other
target number
teammates
2
coming
is championship.
after them. Here we go, into the 4th end now. That 5-point gap that needs to be made up for the Czech Republic. So we'll see how the first arrow that Karel Davidek is going to shoot.
9.
A 9. Oh, very close. Closer, should I say, to where we want to be.
X.
From Igor, he's definitely getting into his into the swing of things.
9.
Yeah, he stays pretty calm, cool, and collected after. I mean, if I came up and had that mishap on that first arrow, it'd definitely throw you off. But I think the adrenaline got going, and he got that arrow off with half a second left, and
9.
he's been able to be pretty strong since then. So
I think I had a similar problem in the warm-ups for the qualification round earlier this week. But once I had done that once and had to let down I just remembered, but in these high pressure situations, you get into your rhythm, and then you don't even notice that you're wearing a mask
Absolutely.
until you're at full draw.
You tell that judge you're ready to shoot, but you forgot you're not quite ready to shoot.
Yeah. So another strong end from Igor, and we see that gap has grown again to 6 points. So we get the wind blowing across the field. The sun has come out, but the wind is picking up a bit, I think.
Yeah, which still makes it very nice, at least under this tent.
Yes.
Not in the sun, but the wind's giving us this nice breeze. It's not quite enough to be throwing the archers around quite yet, but it's definitely something to start paying attention to as the windsocks start dancing around out there.
27 to 26, 101 for Igor Mesto, 95 for Karl Davidek, ready for the last end.
So last end to decide who is going to take home the bronze medal for men W1 Open. Is it going to be Igor Meshov for Russia, or is it going to be Karel Davidek for the Czech Republic?
Eight.
An 8 for Davidek. I'm sure all of the Czech Republic is willing him on to make sure that the home archer
7.
gets to be represented at the medal or at the medal ceremony.
10.
But that the gap is definitely going to make that tricky for him to achieve that. But then again, Igor shot a 7 on his last arrow. So we have that cliche, it's not over till it's over.
10.
That's 10 out of him is going to make it a lot rougher, though. So.
It is.
9.
And a 9 to finish. So we need a 5 or more from Igor to win. Sorry, 6 or more.
10.
That'll definitely do it.
One hundred 38 to 122. That means that the bronze medal, men W1 Open,
The hands go up, the
goes to
cheering.
Igor Mesto.
Thank you.
Ty ruszak i ty spędzisz.
Ja tam nie rusza. To kiedyś tak.
Ale ten internet
Okay, so we're getting the field ready for our next set of matches, which are moving on to compound, actually. So we will have Compound Women Open bronze medal match. We are going to have
Farzana?
yeah, I think it's Farzani, Asghari,
And Julie Chupin, France.
so we'll have Iran versus France in the first of our compound matches. And we can see that Asghari
We are ready
was
to move into
ranked
the
20,
compound women
20th,
open division
and
with the
Julie
bronze
was
medal
ranked
match.
6th.
Please welcome
And we
athletes
also
on
saw
the
Julie
field
earlier,
play.
who during our team matches, where she was very consistent. So we're hoping that that consistency has stayed up after lunch, and she's ready to come
I'm
out.
sure she's hoping for that. Absolutely.
She's ready to come out and try and win the bronze medal.
On target number 1, representing Iran, Farzaneh Asghari.
So on target number 1,
On
we
target
have
number
Farzaneh
2,
Asghari,
representing France,
and then
Julie
Ishvan is
Chopin.
on the target 2.
Line judge for this match, Mrs. Maruja Gaich. And will
So
be
just before lunch, we
target
saw
number 2,
France take
shooting
on Great
first.
Britain and for the gold medal, and unfortunately they did not win that. But Julie's already got a silver medal from this tournament.
Yeah, and she was shooting very strong in that match, so it'll be one of those things to see. You know, she left going into that lunch break shooting really well. So sometimes when you got that energy going, you kind of prefer just let's shoot that next match right now. You know, we've had a 2-hour break here, so and let's see if she's been able to maintain that energy. I'm sure she was down at the practice range at least a little bit, sending some arrows down range. So let's see if she can start off strong right now.
And it is one of those things, if you shoot in the morning and you're warmed up and then you take a long break, it can be quite difficult to get back into. No, it's fine.
Not difficult for her. So.
No, I was going to say it can be quite difficult to get warmed back up again and make sure your muscles are still performing in the same way they did before you took the break. We should also point out that Julie also has, as we mentioned earlier, she has a quota place in Tokyo. But we're playing 10 to France and 9 to Iran at the moment. Iran also has a quota place for Tokyo, which they did secure at the Para World Championships in 2019.
Oh, so long ago at this point.
Very, very long ago. All new faces, and some that we're not seeing anymore.
10x.
A 10. So again, tightly matched apart from that first 9. Maybe they all took note of your advice to check that the practice field.
I mean, we still don't got a high arrow down there. No.
We could go shout at them, but it might be very loud feedback on this on the stream.
Don't give away my secrets.
No. Farzaneh shoots a 9. So there's a point in it. After the first end, we have 29 to 28. Chupin just out in front at the moment. feel the heat hitting the back of my neck just at the moment, so I can only imagine what the compound women are feeling, especially when you have those nerves combined. For me, you know, you get your sweaty palms, and you're trying to keep that at bay, and then you've got the heat bearing down on you.
Yeah, you're trying to stay calm, cool, and collected, and the heat, and then the gusts of wind here and there are trying to do whatever they can to rattle your cage a little bit.
Yeah.
But these women are excellent competitors, and I don't think any of that will be a problem for them. And I think we're gonna have a battle here to the end. So I'm excited about that.
Nine.
So 9 from Iran, from Farzani.
X.
Julie again going with another 10. She's shooting 10s left, right, and center today.
Just not high yet.
Just not. Probably doesn't work as an expression for archery, to be honest. Left, right, and center.
10.
10 again here from Iran to answer.
She's grabbing a couple clicks there because she's riding that right side of that 10-9 line. So.
10.
She might have grabbed a couple clicks down too. Oh, there we got a high 10.
Yeah. But that was a decisive shot. She was going for it.
Nine.
And 9 to finish. See what Julie's last arrow is going to be.
10, 10, 10. It's a perfect
There we go. Perfect
score for Julie. 7.
What a way to make it decidedly.
Yeah,
You're
throwing
in
30s
front.
down there is definitely a good way to boost your confidence and put the pressure on your competitor. It's like, I showed up for archery today, did you? And she just sounded that call real loud. So. But nothing but confidence on that side, just keeping that going. And Farzana shot well as well. I mean, she shot, 10-9-9, and one of her 9s was just out, and there's nothing to be horribly disappointed about, but she's just got to be able to maintain, some mental toughness here, keep her head in it, and just execute shots. Nothing changes. She still needs to shoot some 10s here, and that was the game plan the whole time. So it's not like she can try to shoot an 11. So
No, we're at the wrong tournament for that.
That is correct.
59 to 56. Julie Chopin is now leading that match by 3 points. The bronze medal match in Compound Women Open. Let's move to the third end. Target 1 is shooting first.
So Iran is starting.
Nine.
9 from Farzani.
I mean, she's got a couple good holes right there just out of that 10 on that 9 side, so she's definitely got to be frustrated with that a little bit.
Nine.
9 from Julie. It's those days where you're just circling the 10 ring, where you're just outside.
Can absolutely increase archer frustration. But then you shoot an X and you come back the next day, so.
Yes. It's also very good for a giggle, I would say.
10.
A 10. had have scorecards like that myself, or target phases like that myself, should I say, from competition. And you just look at it and you have to laugh at yourself and go, of course, that's what I would do.
9.
9 from Julie.
Yeah, Farzana has a chance to get a point back here, so see if she can find that 10 again.
She couldn't quite find the 10. Should be
No,
disappointed with that.
Absolutely.
You can see that reaction too, that she isn't particularly happy with that.
9.
9 from Judy.
Yeah, so they tied that end, but Farzana still has 3 points to make up if she wants to get back in this battle for sure. So
She does. We have another 2 ends to go here in this match, and it's for the bronze medal. So it is something that both
At
will
the end
be
of the qualification round,
striving towards.
Tanzania's value was 20.
But then again, all of our matches this afternoon are for medals.
116 beating Merali. Then in 8th final with the Greenham. Victory against Carmen Rubio in the quarter and defeated by Jessica Stratton in the semi.
We can also see that those conversations between each coach and athlete, and we can see those dynamics that are so important and you depend on from your coach, is that feedback, and not so much feedback for what am I doing wrong, which we talked about earlier, but certainly from a confidence perspective, to reassure you that you're on the right path, or to just move you slightly, skew you slightly onto the right path. Because in this instance with these archers, it's only margins, so it is the simplest things that you might not be able to observe about yourself, but somebody who works with you on a consistent basis will be able to tell what it is you're doing wrong that doesn't match what you are typically capable of.
yeah, and a lot of times that can be something like very simple to see from outside. Hey, your timing is you're shooting kind of slow here, so why don't you get up and just shoot the thing instead of thinking about it? You know, just little things like that where time seems to go away when you're at full draw during a medal match.
Yes.
So just simple things like that. Remind them what they're doing right, and give them the confidence. Get up there, knock that arrow, and send it into the X-ring.
Well, both of those moments of talking to their athletes start off with 10s.
Nine.
A 9 from Farzani.
Ten.
And a 10 from Julie. The other thing that's slightly different from other days is that we see the archers are taking turns. So they're not shooting at the same time. In these final matches, we do have them shooting their individual allotted times.
Yeah, once we get into the medal matches, we go to the 30-second clock, 30 seconds per arrow, and as soon as your competitor shoots that arrow, the arrow on the timer flips over to you and your clock starts running. So
9.
A 9 from Julie, but actually that's okay. She did seem a little bit uncomfortable just at the very end there, but she is she took an extra point on that end.
yeah, we just came under a bit of cloud cover again here, so I think that might have been what she was sort of struggling with. I don't know if struggling is the right word, but you notice something changing, and you know, you're staring at a bright target face, and all of a sudden it goes dark. It can change the way you're seeing things through your peep and all that fun stuff. So.
Breaks your concentration.
Yeah, if you were during a qualifying round, you might let that down and kind of reset yourself and, you know, start over, start another shot. But here we've got that clock ticking away. There's not enough time to let it down and restart, so you just gotta trust it and send it. And she was able to be successful that end, so definitely strong shooting from both of these women right now.
Go into our final end. We're going to see who takes home the bronze medal. Ascari to shoot first.
Nine, maybe 10.
9-10 liner. It's an opening shot. Again, we have quite a low arrow.
10x.
That one was not.
Yeah, Julie knows where that X ring is right now.
Mm-hmm.
Nine.
Followed by a 9. I think I'll have to wait for my shoot off.
Yeah, me as well.
10.
Another 10. A 10. Nice arrow to finish with.
Nine.
Well, that's enough to secure that match.
That definitely seals it up there. Julie started
Not
off
up
pretty strong.
for Julie Chopin
stayed
that
there. She
takes
just kept her
the
foot on the gas
bronze
and
medal in the compound
to win the
women
bronze medal.
open competition.
So she
in the
gets to
Para-Archery
win
World Ranking
silver and
2021.
bronze now this afternoon.
Yeah, that's. I'm sure she's quite happy with this tournament. That's great shooting, and again building that momentum towards Tokyo. And yeah,
Such a nice way to go into Tokyo with 2 medals at this competition. Just to wait for our official confirmation again from our judges. In the meantime, we'll just listen to the music on the field. Officially confirmed. So congratulations to France and to Julie Chopin on her bronze medal. Unfortunate that Iran are going home, slightly disappointed, but they shot extremely well.
yeah, going home when you're in the bronze medal match and you don't win it, it's unfortunate. You're leaving home, leaving the tournament with nothing. When you're going to that gold medal match, you know, you get your silver medal as your going away gift if you lose that match. So yeah, winning that bronze is definitely enjoyable. It's really rewarding.
We have a few more matches to go until we come to the gold medal matches. Our next number of matches are all bronze.
Yep.
So it will be nail biting for every athlete who is competing in the next couple of matches. Moving on to our compound men open. Next, we've had our gold or bronze medal match, should I say? We've had the women open, and now we're going to move on to the compound men open. We're going to be coming out of the tunnel now for our teams. So we're going to be seeing Alessina Manshazada from Iran and Daniel Lelou from France that we saw earlier too in with Julie Chipan in their eventual silver medal. He's now competing for bronze as compound men.
Yeah, it's almost a repeat match with Iran versus France. So both countries obviously bringing strong shooters to this tournament, and you know, must have good programs going on to be able to get their archers to this level.
Yes.
And competing against, you know, I think the majority of countries that will be showing up in Tokyo have athletes representing here. Maybe not all of them. Some countries might have chose to, you know, if they had an athlete shooting well and already had a quota slot, that they maybe kept them home to possibly avoid, you know, getting sick or something might happen traveling internationally. But
now it's time for the compound men open bronze medal match.
Yes. I know there are a number of countries that, through restrictions, were not allowed to travel, so that was another factor which has also played a factor here at this tournament. So let's have a look at if these athletes have quota places.
On target number one, representing Iran,
did win
Alessina
a
Manshazada.
at this tournament.
And he's opening on target
Also
number
from
two, representing
Iran,
France, Daniel Lelou. Langesh for this match, Mr.
won
Dimitrios
a quota place at
Abderinakis.
the Para World Championships in 2019. So again, both of these archers are getting practice before Tokyo.
yeah, and they'll, again, I think we're going to have another close match here. These men have, I'm sure, worked hard to get here, and you know, mentally, physically, they've shown up to compete and get after it.
We're gonna see just how much here when we get to see this match unfold.
Eight.
An 8 to open from Daniel Lelou.
Ten.
And a 10 to answer from Iran.
Nine.
A 9.
That 9 was just out, just high of the 10 ring.
So earlier we saw a few arrows that were low for Daniel, I believe. So hopefully this is something he'll adjust very quickly to. And find the right balance between that low 8 and the high 9.
8.
Again, after I say that, I just I jinx these archers.
start talking about tens again.
I know. We do need to start talking about tens. So after the first end, we see that Iran has got 27 points and France has got 25.
And, you know, just show people out there what's possible. Para-Archery, get people excited about it, and hopefully start increasing participation and just the love for the sport, because, I mean, obviously you and I are sold already, so it's got to be the best sport out there.
Exactly. Great people. So we have Daniel shooting first. He shoots an 8. An 8 on the right-hand side. And over to Alessina. Shoots a 10. A 9. So we're coming in the right direction. Well, we're coming in the left direction.
9.
Alessina being very consistent on those two arrows.
10. X.
10. Okay, so let's continue that. Let's keep that up.
Keep those tens going.
Ten. X.
And an X.
You can see there on that last shot, Alessina let his bow fall during his follow-through and hit his spoke guard there. So even compounders need it sometimes.
That's true. I've been hearing very loud bangs on the line all week, and looking over and seeing, okay, it's just something hitting those spoke guards. Maybe it's a tactic. It's that loud noise is, you know, getting people to. What was that?
Yeah, what was that? Did your bow just blow up? No, it's just my stabilizer on my spoke guard.
See, a 4-point gap is opened up here for the two archers. After 2 ends,
29
another
to
3 to
27.
go.
That means that Alizina Moishedzadeh is still leading the match 56 to 52. And Daniel Lelou will start to shoot first, also in the left third and on target number 2.
We have our supporters in the crowd standing behind their archers. It's such an important thing to feel that support, especially in these medal matches, because even though the atmosphere might be a little bit overwhelming, knowing that you have somebody behind you in your corner is quite important psychologically. So France to start.
Nine.
9 for Lalou.
X.
And another strong X.
Ten.
10. Good answer.
Yeah, just caught that one.
Mm-hmm.
X.
Again. Oh, a very nice group.
Nine.
And from Lalou.
Nine.
And the 9 to finish.
Let's see how these two athletes come into the bronze medal match. Fourth place for Alizina Manshezadeh at the end of the qualification round. He goes out into the 1/16 of final. Victory against Jere Forsberg. Victory in the USA against Ben Thompson. Victory in the quarterfinal against Nathan McQueen, and she was defeated by Chef in the semi. 23rd position for Daniel Lelou. Victory in the 124 final against Rolandos Baranauskas. Victory against Martin Deutsch in the 116. Shoot of arrows in the 8th final against Gen Joagumilam. Victory in the quarterfinal against Victory Skribinski, and was defeated by Sergei Atamanenko in the semi. Now they are shooting for the bronze medal match, the compound men open, with Alizina Manshezadeh leading the match by
Okay, so we're going to go into our fourth
5.85
end
to
now.
84.
Something else that's slightly different from what you would normally expect to see in a local tournament or maybe your national tournament is that we see when the arrows are collected, we don't see anybody bring them back to the archer. So in this instance, we have a different system.
Yeah, they've got arrow runners, so each archer has an agent, and they're hiding behind some targets in a protective barrier downrange. And after the end is shot, they will come out, they will confirm the scores with the judges, they will pull the arrows for their archer, and then hand those arrows to the arrow runners, who run the arrows back to the archers. So it's always important, if you're coming to an international tournament, you need to have at least 6 arrows in your quiver for the match day during the medal matches.
So true. And a 10, very good. And like the magic of TV, nobody sees this as like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, it just appears. Their quivers never run out of arrows.
Another 10. I'm sure some beginner archers would love that. No, their quiver will never run dry.
I mean, I would love that if I could practice without having to go pull arrows.
It's a
I keep trying
maybe
to
10.
train my dog. It isn't working.
You get them back, but they're cut in half.
Yeah, exactly. No,
Nine.
to make sure he's not going to jump up on me while I'm shooting. So we have 2 10s and a 9 from Alizina, and then we're just waiting on confirmation on Daniel's scores, but at the moment it's being called. Well, you can see there we have a magnifying glass out for the judge to make sure that we have these arrows called as accurately as possible. the moment we have 9, 10, 9 being called for France. We'll just wait on confirmation on what that 9 liner is going to be called. Again, it's a good distraction for the athletes to have their coaches there to chat to them, even though they might be playing a part and either being confident, giving confidence or reassurance. But actually, while we're waiting for all of these things to take place and the turnover, having somebody to distract you so you're not focusing on the job at hand can be very beneficial.
Yeah, there's a good amount of downtime
and we are ready
shooting,
for
and
the last 3
the announcer tends to be
arrows
talking
of the
about
match.
you, and how you shot, and point gap, and all these things that you don't really want to be paying attention to or thinking about. You just want to be thinking about what your form looks or feels like, and how to make your release go off while you're driving your pin into that X-ring. And so the coaches come out, it's kind of, you know, we all have our different tactics and things we need to be told, and these coaches know these athletes well, and I'm sure they're giving them just what they need to keep them right there in the goal, in the 10 ring.
Yes, that's why they've got such strong teams. So we start with France. There is a deficit to make up here going into our very last end.
9.
Starting off with a 9. A 10. 10 from France.
9.
9 from Alcina.
And Alcina is running no back bar whatsoever, which is fairly uncommon these days in archery.
9.
So you can see Daniel's running V bars, which is not quite the standard in compound these days. Lots of people just running a single sidebar, but it's not unheard of. But
9.
yeah, Alcina's running apparently a decent amount of weight off that front bar and no back bar to counterbalance it. So he must like, you know, a good amount of weight to pull against while he's on that full draw holding there, and it's working for him. That's definitely all I know.
It has paid off in this match anyway, as we see he has come out the winner. So he'll go home with the bronze medal, and of course he, as we mentioned, he has his quota place for Iran, and as a commiseration, something to bear in mind is that Daniel actually did win the medal earlier, so
Compound men open.
Yeah, he's not going home empty-handed, and they just
Now just 3 minutes to set up the field for the last 2 bronze medal match at 70 meters for the recurve women and men
just
open.
confirmed down there that Iran is the winner.
correct. And
Running around all day with so many different categories to be able to put on this competition for. It means that they're doing a lot of heavy lifting for the very last day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the number of volunteers they get for this tournament is incredible to me. I don't know where they all come in from. Like, I'm curious to know which volunteer comes from furthest away.
Turnaj je fakt, že dobrý, na vysokej úrovni a samozrejme aj tie súboje, a hlavne tie súboje o tie miesta na olympiádu sú teda veľmi zaujímavé.
My jsme rádi, že jsme se mohli vůbec zúčastnit tohohle turnaje, protože to bylo takové nejisté, jestli ten závod bude, nebude.
This tournament is incredible.
Okay, welcome back here to Nove Mesto as we move on to the recurve matches. So we have had the volunteers move the targets back to the allotted distance, and we're starting with recurve women open and the bronze match. We have our two competitors. We have shooting on target 1. We have Vincenza Partrelli. And on target 2, we have Margarita Sidorenko from Russia. So Italy on target 1 and Russia on target 2.
Number 1, representing Italy,
And we have the Russian athlete, Margarita. She has secured a spot, quota place for Tokyo. We see them just saluting the crowd before we start. So again, going back to set points.
On target number 2.
We're just about to start here as we go into the bronze medal match for Recurve Women Open at the Para World Ranking event in Nove Mesto.
8.
Okay, so we have an 8 as the first arrow from Sidorenko. And an 8 from Petrilli.
Seven.
A 7 from Sidorenko.
Eight.
And an 8 to keep Petrelli out in front.
Seven.
And a 7. Again, we have just the final arrow here in the first set.
9.
9, so that is enough to put Italy up front by 2 set points.
Yeah, she found the gold there on that last arrow, and hopefully that gives her some confidence to, you know, going into the next set. She'll take these 2 set points, you know. So now we're back to the set system. There's 2 set points per end available. If you win the set, you will get 2 points. If you tie the set, you'll each get 1 point. And then obviously if you lose the set, you don't receive any points. And these archers are racing to 6 points. So 6 points wins it. However, if they manage to go 5-5, that will be what?
That will be a shoot-off. God.
Perfect.
Would it be our first?
That would be the first of today. So we're still hoping for one.
We are. So we have, it's a little bit different than this morning's sessions because for the recurve mixed teams, or recurve teams in general, it is the first to 5 set points, but in our individual matches, it's to 6.
That's correct. They want you to earn that 1 extra point as an individual. So
simple. Easy. Go and do it.
It's always fun as the archer to go 6-0, but I think the crowd wants more of a 5-5 situation. At least that's what I want as a spectator. So,
of course, you want to make sure you put as much air between you and your competitor, whereas from the person watching, you want it to be on the edge of your seat.
Exactly.
Sidorenko puts in a 10.
It's a great way to start off this set.
Not letting those 2 set points for Petrilli get into her head.
Now these girls are on it.
And neither is she. Would you look? That is a fantastic X.
Yeah, you really have to be able to wash away that last. Oh, and we got a big gust of wind here. She sort of redrew and settled herself. Probably made a great decision there.
And how do you find the, well, that's a difficult one to come back from, but how do you find having that interruption in your shooting? So if you do get a gust of wind, would you let down, or would you try to hold it until the end of that cycle?
Yeah, my shot, I'm pretty set around 10 seconds. If I have an arrow knocked and I'm ready to go, if I've got 10 seconds, it's plenty of time. Even 9 or 8, it's probably going to be okay. But if it's 15 seconds and I'm about to draw and get hit with a gust, I'm probably going to have to draw it to make sure, because by the time I half drew and then let down, figured it out, I'd have to really rush that next arrow. So 6 one way, half a dozen another, I suppose. So
That's true.
how about you? Where would you be at?
So,
If you're on the clock and it's ticking down and you get hit by wind, where's the make it or break it point?
it depends on the strength of the wind, to be honest, because those short bursts of wind, if you know that the wind is cyclical and you know that it's following the same pattern, and you're at full draw, you can wait until the gust of wind is gone and then complete the shot. But if you do get a big gust of wind, I've learned more times than often it's better to let that shot down, especially with the compound.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely factors that go into play there. I mean, a compound, you're not holding back much weight once you're at full draw. You might be holding up a heavy bow if you hang a lot of weight off your bow. But, I mean, that recurve, I do a lot of training, but I can't sit there at full draw for 30 seconds and say I'm going to make my best shot ever after it. So, right around that 7-8 second window is my preferred rhythm to be shooting at. And it's what my coaches notice, you know, they're like, hey, your timing's spot on, like, things are going great. And yeah, I'm sure these archers have a good rhythm that they shoot in. They shoot their best at, so I imagine they're trying to stay within that rhythm, whatever they can do to make that happen.
Sidorenko goes first. She's trying to get back a set.
Yeah, she needs to at least eke out a tie here to stay alive, so.
9.
A 9 from Petrilli.
Eight.
An 8. Followed by a second 9 here. So Sidorenko needs to put in her best shot here to make sure that she keeps this match alive.
And she did it.
Did.
You seem to come through at just the right times. Help these archers out. Your words of encouragement that they can't hear.
I'm pushing my positive vibes onto the field.
I'm sure they'll take it.
See? There we go.
And stay alive. All right. So, Sidorenko gets the 2, and we get more archery to watch.
2.
So.
And we're not complaining about that.
Not at all. So the sun going in and out of the clouds here, I forget, it was somewhere after the first or second arrow, the cloud covered up the sun and it just went pretty dark there on the recurve side, and I suppose the W1 side as well, because they use the same sort of sight system. It can change the way you see your string alignment, especially if the sun is more at an angle to you, because you'll see the sun off the one side of the string and it'll just glare differently, and so it can really affect your left to rights, even more so than a compound archer looking through a peep. I've had days where, you know, if I'm shooting in the morning, or rather shooting at noon, the sun's directly over me, then I take a break, go have lunch, and I come out, and the wind hasn't changed, but the sun is pulled over. You know, it can pull my arrows, you know, 2, possibly 3 rings over. So, all these fun variable conditions that I keep learning about as the years go on.
Well, one thing actually about shooting on this field is that we haven't had the sun directly in our eyes, really. It's typically been behind or to the side. Well, when I was shooting anyway this week, which has been great because, you know, at home, if I leave training a little bit too late in the day, the visibility gets a bit difficult. 10 for Petrilli.
And Sidorenko started off with that 9, so
6 for Sidorenko.
Seven.
Okay, I'm gonna try again. Sidorenko needs a 10 to keep this alive.
9.
You almost got her there.
Nearly.
Eight.
It's an 8.
So
So that would mean that Italy and Petrilli, Vincenza Petrilli, gets the bronze medal for the recurve Women Open.
Yeah, I'm sure she's pretty happy. You know, she had not too bad at first set there. Had an error or two out in the red, but she, you know, held gold for most of it there. And, you know, oftentimes getting to the medal match is the hard part. And, you know, if you can shoot your average during your medal match, you'll probably have a pretty good chance of doing okay. And,
bronze medal goes to Enza Petrilli, Italy.
just managing that pressure and being able to shoot just like you shoot under pressure is usually pretty darn good. So,
Well, she definitely dominated that match.
yeah, absolutely. 6-2, it's a good way to win it. And
Yes.
I'm sure she's happy. And again, getting ready for Tokyo. Her team's all fired up. She's fired up, and it'll be, yeah, it's good momentum to be carrying.
We're actually going on to our very last bronze medal match next. So we haven't seen the recurve men yet. So we're going to see them in their bronze medal matches. So we are going to be seeing Italy against Slovakia. So we're going to see Stefano Traversani and David Ivan in our next match, which is the recurve men open and the bronze medal match. So we're going to see Stefano Traversani and David Ivan. So we just wait for them to get prepared and come out of the tunnel. And we didn't actually mention the rankings of the last two archers, but we see Ivan is ranked 10th after the competition this week, and Traversani was ranked 20th. So for both of these archers to come through to the bronze medal match I'm sure is a big achievement for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, coming from 20th to be shooting for a medal here, there were some good people the past to be able to get through here. So some big names. You know, I don't know exactly how their brackets went, but I know they weren't easy all the way here.
Yeah.
They might have had an easy first match, but probably not even that. So these men have deserved to be here at this match, and again, hopefully we get a good match. We're still looking for that 5-5.
Well, I am. But equally, they both have achieved quota places on their own behalf for their countries. So they're fantastic archers in their own right. And we're underway. So we'll see David shoot first. With a 6. And Stefano is shooting now.
Nine.
And he shoots a 9.
Six.
Another 6 from David.
You can definitely see some nerves there, David. Full draw. Just a little bit of a shake going on there, and hoping to settle it down and
7.
find the gold here.
But again, a 7 from Travisani.
It's 8, maybe 9.
8-9 liner.
Maybe
And
7.
we have another liner, a 6-7 liner.
So Stefano takes the 2 set points for that end. Making some side adjustments, getting some info from the coach.
Now, disco music.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 22 to 20, first set is for Stefano Travisani, leading 2-0 in the match.
Okay, so we have got with Italy out in front, and we now need to see what Slovakia is going to do to respond to this. We'll have Ivan shooting first again.
Nine.
9. There was a bit of a shake going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Could just be some nerves, and he found a 9 on that one, so hopefully he can,
7.
and Italy shoots a 7 there, so he can get right back in this right now because of the set system.
8.
Again. Followed up with an 8. Maybe those nerves actually were doing him good.
It can sometimes, you know. You get that adrenaline going. Sometimes it shoots the bow for you.
7.
That's true.
Man, Stefano's not happy with that. Puts a group over there in the 7 ring.
8.
And an 8 here.
So
He'll take this set.
yeah, David will be taking this set.
7.
Okay, so all consistently on that right-hand side of the target face.
Yeah, and he was, you know, out left the last end, and I don't know if he just cranked the sight too much or something changed in his form, but I think they're both looking to find a bit more consistency here, but
Well, they'll have time, especially especially since they've evened it up. So they've got it. It's almost like we are back on level pegging. So they just need to get ahead of the other athlete now this time.
Yeah. Or they could split the points all the way to 5-5. Either. It's an exciting way to do it. I've only done that once in my life so far. Again, I didn't like doing it as an athlete, but people watching it said it was fun to watch.
Good. So we get ready. We can see the Italians definitely standing behind and making sure that their presence is felt and that emotional support is there. And we have a number of archers still with us from Finland, is where we just saw our video image go a moment ago. So there's plenty of the world represented here this week.
Yeah, there are a lot of countries and definitely a lot of archers. This is the busiest I've ever seen this tournament, so it is pretty remarkable.
9 to start. Let's see.
8.
An 8. Another 9 from Ivan. Nine again, just on that cusp to the left. So going from right back to the left again.
And David definitely starting to find some consistency there with 999 and just out on the last one.
9.
Oh. So David will take that set.
I was hoping for a 10 and then we could see those
Absolutely.
that draw. Maybe I should have just said 10 a bit more. Try to get them to live out what I'm visualizing.
Against Dmitry Kudin in 124. Then goes directly into the 8th of final, 6-2 against Timothy Palumbo. Shoot of arrows in the quarter of final against Kevin Matter, and then he was defeated by Guillaume Tukulet in the semi.
So you came up against this archer this week.
What's that?
You came up against Stefano this week.
I did in the what would that be, the quarterfinals, and it was. He actually had me 5-1, so I was 1, he was 5, and he shot some, shot a 30 against me, shot a 29 against me. I didn't shoot poorly, but he was on it, and I was able to bring it back to 5-5, and it went to a 1-arrow shoot-off, and he shot a 9 and I shot a 8 that was about a ½ inch taller than his 9.
Okay.
So that was a shootout I didn't enjoy.
No. We all have those days.
An
8 just to the left. Again, another arrow that's in the left-hand side of that target.
8. Seven.
The wind doesn't feel too bad, but maybe it is affecting archers out there.
7. 8.
Oh. It's starting to pick up a little bit though.
7.
Okay.
Yeah, and I saw a lot of body English from David on that one. So maybe the wind was pushing him out, and he, as he let go of it, tried to throw it into where he wanted. Didn't quite get there.
We're getting closer. So we have a draw at 4-4. So they're very tightly matched.
They're
in
working
this.
hard to give us that one arrow shoot off. So I'm happy about that.
I think also as an athlete, when somebody beats you in competition, you want them to go as far as possible because...
Oh, it gives you all the reason. Oh, I lost to that guy, but he won the tournament, so...
Yeah.
The match. With just one.
So in this instance, it's kind of like he potentially could be the bronze medalist who that you came up against earlier.
Yeah, no, exactly.
It will be David Ivan, target number 2 to start.
I'm sure it's causing a lot of stress for both teams, though, as they're supporting. As it goes back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. So this will be the 5th and final set.
Potentially.
9.
We could go if they draw on this.
Oh, but then it's a one arrow. It's not a set.
So we have a 9 to start.
9.
Here we go.
And a matched arrow.
9.
That was a good strong shot from David on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Just that bow arm just driving at that target. No.
Just the 8 from Stefano.
Letting down with about 15 seconds left. Plenty of time to get an arrow off.
That's a lot of shaking.
Absolutely.
So we need a 9 for my shoot off and a
Yeah,
10 to
10 to
take
win
it.
it.
6.
And unfortunately, very out of character in this match, but we have a 6.
Yeah, so that makes David pretty happy, winning the bronze with that.
It does. I'm sure Stefano's very disappointed in that being his final arrow.
Yeah, it's never fun to say take a dip in the pool when you're out there in the blue, but you know, again, hopefully he learns from some things, puts some things to work, and improves himself for the next go.
Yeah, and again, potentially could see him in Tokyo, as he did secure a place previously. So congratulations to Slovakia taking the bronze with for David Ivan, and commiserations to Italy, although fought very well for it. So we're going to take a quick break while we reset the field for the gold medal matches, and we'll be back in a little while with our women's W1 Open for the gold medal matches, and we're going to see the Czech Republic against Great Britain. So we're going to see Teresa Brantlova against Victoria Rumary, and we also saw Victoria earlier today, competing in the W1 mixed team matches. And it'll be our first time to see Teresa Brantlova today. We can see that Victoria is ranked 3rd after the ranking round, and Teresa is ranked 4th. So they are very close in terms of their rankings for this competition. And we'll be going back to seeing a W1 match again today. So we have to readjust our what we've been looking at for the last couple of matches. We started going further away and now we're coming close again. Need to take a break?
You are the right cap?
And we'll bring you that match. We'll be back at 4:30 at the same place. So until then, we will see you in a few minutes' time. everybody. Welcome back to Nove Mesto and for our last matches of this afternoon. We are moving on to our gold medal matches for the Para-Archery World Ranking event for 2021. And after this week, after all the energy and effort that's gone into this week, we have 6 matches left.
It is exciting. It's the big show here. Starting out, we'll be starting with the women W1, going to men W1, and then the compound women open, the compound men open, the recurve women open, and last but certainly not least,
So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Para-Archery World Ranking event 2021.
We are with you to the very end, so I'm
we are
very
ready to
Leonard,
welcome athletes for the women
the
W1
Irish
Open
contingency
gold
over here at
medal
Nove Mesto
match.
and my co-host.
Kevin Mather from the United States of America.
So we've got a nice mix of people from, other sides of the globe, more or less, but also different sides of archery. So I am a compounder and Kevin is a recurver. So we should have all bases covered for this afternoon.
Hopefully we can put some insight into what's going on in this sport.
To begin with, we are going to have our gold medal for the Women's W1 Open, and we're going to see Great Britain and the Czech Republic. So we're going to have the home team here, and Teresa is going to be shooting. Teresa Branslova is going to be shooting for the Czech Republic, and then Victoria Rumers is going to be shooting for Great Britain. Also, we have Victoria's third place here.
number 2, representing Great Britain, Victoria Romari.
So, as well
And
as
judge
shooting
for
for the
this
gold
match,
medal, she also
Mr.
secured the gold place
Dimitrios
here.
Avgirinakis.
We've gone from it being quite a dull morning and a little bit windy to sunny with some wind that seems to have been affecting some archers, but now as the sun moves behind us, I'm starting to feel the heat. We were sheltered in here under this tent and had a great vantage point. We still have the vantage point, but the heat is starting to creep up, I think.
Yeah, in about 20 minutes we're going to be in full sun, I think, so it'll be harder to see these screens and see what we're doing back here.
We will do our best, though, as we go throughout the afternoon to keep you up to date.
9.
And let's start. So we have Victoria has shot a 9. We're back to this W1 type of shoot again, and we can see that Teresa has an assistant with her
9, maybe 10.
to help her load arrows. And sometimes that can be something that you're awarded in your classification based on the needs of the archer. Again, like we were told yesterday, the assistant wears the same name as the archer. So the assistant would have Brantlova across her jersey and not her own name because it's part of the team.
10.
10, a very decisive 10 there from Teresa. You can see the judges are keeping a watchful eye over these two archers.
9.
And a 9. 3 9s from Victoria. And a 9 from Teresa. So we are also back to cumulative scoring here with the W1 women. And we will have lots of support from Great Britain, and we'll also have lots of support for Czech Republic, since this is where our competition is coming from this afternoon.
That's a really strong start from both women there. See Teresa possibly a 29. See Victoria with a 27. Great way to start out the match. match, and 1, possibly 2 points. Hopefully going to keep it exciting for us all the way through here.
Well, the judges were down with their magnifying glass just to make sure, or to figure out exactly what that arrow was, and it was 9, so we're only a point in. So Teresa has an advantage of 1 point at this moment in time. You'll also see, although we talked about it earlier, but you'll see that the W1 women have more of a recurve setup on their bows, as this is part of that. It's part of that category for our archers. So Victoria is going to shoot first.
Nine.
A 9 from Victoria. Again, another 9. And a 6 from Teresa, which opens the door for Victoria. Here to gain some advantage in this end.
It's a 9, maybe 10.
Yeah, both her 9s there. If that one's a 9, they're both just out. So she's shooting really tight.
Just minor adjustments now.
Yeah.
9.
We've got a 9 to match that. So I wasn't paying enough attention to Teresa to see what caused that 6, but she can put that behind her and just move forward. It's already been shot at this point. And Victoria is taking the opportunity to make sure she's coming more into center with those arrows. And an 8 from Teresa. So we can see, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, we have the name of the archer printed on the back of the assistant. We can see here also that Victoria is receiving a pep talk or dissecting what's going on at the target, and she's got plenty of people supporting her behind. We can see those distinctive red shirts of Great Britain. We see smiles and laughing going on from Czech Republic, so they're keeping it light and airy. Half of the sport is enjoying it, right?
55 to 51.
That's how I like
now
to
is Victoria Rumari leading the match.
Having fun being out here. I mean,
and we move to target number 1, shooting first.
Shooting for gold medal is a great way to be finishing this tournament. Being able to win that gold medal would be the icing on the cake.
Mm-hmm. She's just taking a breath and trying to compose herself.
Seven.
7. You can also see our volunteers who've come back with the arrows too. We talked about earlier about arrow runners.
7.
Both archers shooting 7s.
Ten.
A nice 10. So we can see the assistant is helping Teresa to load the arrow into her bow. which
10.
is allowed. And a good answer there from Victoria. She, they both had 7s for their first arrows, but they managed to pull back those 10s afterwards.
8.
And an 8. I think that might be similar. The same score as the last, was it?
Yeah, I believe so. And both of them are going out the right side when they're going out, so I don't know if it has to do with where the sun's at. I mean, the wind's shifted over that way a little bit, but I wouldn't use that as the reason for those arrows going out quite that far. No. I don't know if it's nerves, if it's what it is, but both archers have had some out there in the red, so.
Teresa Brandlova was
At
fourth
the end
after the
of the third
qualification round,
end, we see that lead,
beating Lisa
the
Curiel
lead that
in the
Victoria has
quarterfinal
gained. She
and
has
against Asia
5 points
Pellicer in the
over
semi.
Teresa at
Third
this
place
stage,
for Victoria Rumari.
with 2 more ends to go.
Victory in the quarterfinal against Anna Ilina and also the victory against Arka Musilova in the semi. Now they are shooting for the Women W1 Open gold medal.
And all of our judges this week, you feel for them because they've had the masks from a COVID protection. They've been wearing these masks in very hot conditions, and many times they haven't had a chance to take that mask off and have a breather. At least with the archers, you take it off for shooting.
Yeah, we're able to have them off shooting. That's a good point. I mean, these judges do so much, all the volunteers do so much to make this event happen. So definitely appreciate all their efforts.
The match goes on.
7.
7 to start with from Teresa.
And that's out the left side.
4.
Definitely out of character for Victoria, shooting a 4.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
8.
An 8. Again, this gives us the chance to have a tight match, right?
Absolutely. Definitely things is closened up a bit.
8.
8. For the W1s, we've spoken about this a few times, but those conditions, the wind conditions, have a bigger effect on them from a balance perspective, and having to draw those bows and maybe wait on the wind to pass. It is a lot more, can be a lot more difficult for them.
9.
But when you shoot a 9, then it puts all of that, all of my argument to bed.
Yeah, it goes out the window. Oh, they can still shoot 9s in the wind. It's just a little bit more difficult for them.
So again, we go into the last end here.
It's definitely close enough. It could go either way. So each archer's just trying to get in their zone and stay in it for these last 3 arrows. Got to start with that first good one.
8.
An 8 from Teresa.
Seven.
A 7 from Victoria.
So Teresa's made up 1 point there.
6.
Shot a 6 on the left-hand side. And very decisive 10 in the final stages of this match.
8.
And an 8. So Victoria just needs a 3 to take this.
Nine. And the victory goes to
She makes sure it's a
Victoria
win.
Rumari, Great Britain, gold medal.
So we have
Silver medal
gold
for
medal for
Teresa Brandlova,
Victoria
Czech
Rumari,
Republic,
as well as
with the
her
women's W1 Open
as well as the quotables.
final.
And then a silver medal, which is a nice consolation prize to Teresa Brandlova. Of course, our archers before this, if they lost their match, they went out 4th with no medal. But in these matches, regardless of the outcome, you do go home with a prize. You just want it to be gold over silver.
It's a great thing, that silver medal, a little consolation for losing, but I mean, you had to win your way into this match. It's not like you just ended up there. So definitely well earned on both sides, and great shooting from these ladies, and yeah, looking forward to seeing what our W1 men can do.
Yeah, and I will point out, that is across the board for all archers. It's been an extremely difficult year for everybody, and so to get here and shoot the scores that we've seen in these head-to-head matches has been no mean feat. So every archer who has been able to travel, been able to compete this week, and potentially end up in these matches has been a credit to themselves and the people they're representing at home, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. COVID has definitely changed the world and has made things harder for everything. Archery has been one of those things. So, especially for this tournament, as things have opened up a bit. International travel for a lot of places, definitely not all places. We're able to get here, shoot this event. Still with protections in place. We're still, we've been tested twice this week. We're making sure we're taking measures to protect everybody and be aware. And I'm happy that we're able to get it done, though. It's great to be back in Nove Mesto shooting archery.
Yeah, I agree. The testing was a little bit invasive, but a small bit of pain for the ability to, not even pain, just uncomfortableness in order to be able to compete almost like we used to before.
Almost. I think we'll get there. I have faith. So.
The only thing I'm missing this week is the ability to hug people or greet them with physical touch, because in a lot of instances, we're English-speaking archers, but a lot of these archers, English is not their first language, or maybe they don't speak English at all. And so, although we have these relationships with archers, it's typically we express that through facial features or through touch, like hugging. So I think from that side of things, it's still pretty apparent that we need to be precautious.
Yeah, absolutely. The masks, you know, you see people walking around and it's hard to tell. They have to have very expressive eyes for you to determine what sort of mood they're in at the moment when you see them. Because, yeah, you take away the facial expressions and sometimes it's hard to tell. They could be walking away and you could think they're angry, or they could be in the happiest mood and you'd never really know it. So.
Now we are ready for the next match, the men's W1 Open Gold medal match. Welcome the athletes
I'm willing to accept this as an alternative until things get more calmed down.
But while we're talking here, we see that the archers have come out onto the field for the men's W1 Open Gold. So we have our two archers who are getting themselves set up. So we have a Hungarian archer and we have our Turkish archer. So we have Tamas Gaspar and Yiğit Kanir Aydın from
on target number 1, representing Hungary.
and we can see also their ranking in the ranking rounds.
On target number 2,
Tamas Gaspar was
representing
fourth,
Turkey.
and
Yiğit Kanir Aydın.
Kanir Aydın was
Young
third in
judge
the
for the
ranking
match,
round. So
Mrs.
they meet here in the
Maruja.
gold medal match.
And it would be Erwin,
So
target
again,
number
we
2,
should see a
sitting
very
first.
tightly contested W1 gold medal match here. So we are just getting underway. We're waiting for everyone to get set up and for the clock to start. Our judges are ready. Aydın starts out strongly with a 9. See how Gaspar responds. Oh, that's a nice.
Responds loudly with a 10. That's.
Mm-hmm. So we have an 8. That seemed like it was quite a long shot compared to his first one.
Yeah, he held that for a little while. Probably got a little out of his rhythm.
8, maybe 9.
You know, maybe came to full draw on that pin, just started dancing around and couldn't get it to quite settle. And you know, he might have let it down another time, but with the clock running, it's tick-tock. You better make that shot. So.
Mm-hmm.
And X.
An
There we go.
X. So maybe it was just being held too long.
Yeah,
And you see the 10.
absolutely. Got in his rhythm there and sent it.
9.
And a 9. So we have well, we have to see what that
Yeah, we
8
got that line
is.
call.
But at the moment we have a tied match.
And Tomas has a great grouping down there. If he just sorts that out, puts those in the 10, he's going to get Aiden something to worry about, that's for sure.
He is. But Aydın has, he has people, look, there we go. I have mentioned them. We have our Turkish contingency behind, cheering on and willing him to win. We see that the arrow has been called as a 9, so we have a 1 point
So there was a
advantage
9
for
for
Gaspar.
Gaspar. That means 28 to 27, leading by 1 point.
Again, we'll have our 5 ends here, so plenty to watch. We're ready to go again. Let's see what Gaspar does for his first arrow. So again, that quite a long shot there.
Yeah, I'm sure his coach will be telling him, get to shoot the shot. Don't, he's trying to try 110%, and we're just looking for 100% at the moment. So.
Yeah, Gaspar answers with a 9. We were talking about that earlier about timing and how it is very unique to every archer, but if you are an archer that shoots, there we go, an X. So he's just proven my point there, but if you are an archer who takes their time and shoots for the majority of the 30 seconds, then that should be your consistent track. And if you're somebody that likes to get arrows off much quicker, that plays into those arrows that you hold longer and try harder with.
Yeah, absolutely. If you normally shoot fast and you start shooting slow, or the other way around, it's probably not going to go well for you. So whatever your rhythm of your internal clock is, shoot to that. And I think both these archers are doing quite well.
Mm-hmm. And a 2 and 9, so we're tied up. But those two 10s that Aiden shot, they were hit quicker, faster than the 8. Very light on the shooting line, making sure we're keeping these archers' spirits up while they're waiting for arrows to be collected, so they can get on with what they're here to do. We can see the Turkish team are sending positive affirmations.
Yeah, they've got their cheers and chants down, and they're fired up, that's for sure.
And I know the US typically does too. You can hear the US team when they're all together for their archers.
Yeah, we have a good crew, and I definitely wish I was shooting for medal today, because it's a lot of fun, and yeah, it's a good team, good family, for sure.
Great.
Nine. 10.
A freeze, just composed himself, waited for it to pass. And again, with Gaspar.
Both these archers are just clearly shooting strong. They both look calm, cool, collected. Not shaking around. Shooting their own rhythm, shooting their own arrows. And it's working well for both of them right now.
Mm-hmm. 8.
We see an 8 from Aiden.
I don't know for sure, but I thought I saw a vein pop off when he shot that last arrow, so.
Oh. That could have been a factor too.
Absolutely.
9, maybe 10.
We have a very close
We
line
wait the
breaker, I would say
confirmation
there.
from the target judge.
But regardless, either way, we either have a tie or Gaspar goes out.
4th place for Thomas Gaspar at the end of the qualification. He goes back into the 8th final victory against Fabio Solini, victory in the quarter-final against Martin Ekinoglu, and also the victory against Igor Muskov in the semi-final. Third place for Hedin, victory in the 8th final against Martin Saich, victory against Kodumbu in the quarter-final, and against Karel Davidek in the semi.
And it has been called as a 9, so we are tied over this
tied in the end, 83 tie also in the match. 3 tie after 3 and moving to the 4th with target 2 shooting first.
Go into our 4th end. See if they're if they stay with each other right through this end. Aiden to start.
Nine.
A 9 to begin with. Moving on to Gaspar, and you can see that he has several pieces of strapping for him.
Yeah, and that's unique to the W1 category. And he gets an X in there. Great shot. But in the recurve and compound open categories, if an archer has poor balance on their classification card, they're allowed to have one strap that is 100 millimeters wide that goes across their chest or belly, but it has to be, you know, kind of below their armpit. Can't be too high up on them. For the W1 class, you have to get it on your classification card, but you're allowed to have more strapping elements if you need them.
Okay. Wow, very decisive. Great end. Let's see how Gaspar controls the situation. Needs to shoot a 10 to... Here you go.
Sure does.
To keep it tight. Fantastic. We're going into the 5th end here, and we don't know... We have no indication of who's going to win it.
Yeah, both of these guys have been consistent, you know, all the way through this match, so maybe, just maybe, we'll get a shoot-off today.
That is entirely what the fans behind us want. And I'm sure they'll be even louder if we end up in that scenario.
Yeah, imagine if we get to that 1 hour shoot-off, they will be cheering and chanting. And,
29 to 28.
pretty excited all the way around.
Para-Archery is leading by 1 point, 112 against 111. We are ready with the last 3 arrows of this number 1 open gold medal
Very
match.
important positions up on our screen.
Target number 1.
Yeah.
Our organizers have done a fantastic job for the week. And our can't let up yet. We're not quite at the end, but they'll definitely have earned a break after this week.
Yeah, I'm sure they're looking forward to getting home, and I'm sure they're pretty proud and happy with the success that this tournament has been, even with all the regulations and restrictions that we've had to comply with.
Yes. So we'll start with a 9 from Gaspar. Remember, there's only 1 point in the difference between these two archers right now. We broke 2. This is the time where we want to see Gaspar shoot those 10s that we've been seeing from him throughout this match. There you go.
There it is. Definitely both a little on the low side.
Mm-hmm. Another 10. I wonder if we'll finish out with a perfect score. We haven't seen too many of those today. We did have one, but haven't seen too many. The 9 from Gaspar.
And it is for the gold medal in the W1 Open division here at the Para-Archery World Ranking Event 2021.
Extremely happy, and I can see what it means to him to win the gold. Unfortunately, Tomas Gaspar it does mean that he was 2 points down at the end, but he gets to take home the silver medal.
Yeah, I think that's one where, you know, both archers shot really well, and Aiden was just eked it out a bit more. So they were both fairly consistent. I just grabbed more 10s. So that's the way archery works sometimes. And Tomas, I don't think he'll be totally disappointed. Of course, he'll be disappointed he didn't win the gold, but I don't think he's disappointed with how he performed personally with that match. He shot very well, consistent, and strong shots.
He did. I should be extremely proud. We're going to see Great Britain again. So we're going to have a change in the field as we move from the W1 category, which is finished now. We're going to move on to our Compound Women Open. We're going to see Great Britain, like I said, against Italy for the gold medal match for Compound Women Open. So we have Jessica Stratton, who was ranked first for Great Britain, and then we have Maria Andrea Virgilio, who was ranked second for Italy. We'll wait for the fields to be reset before we get these archers out on the field. So we're getting into the two final categories here. But we're going to go to an interview in a couple of minutes, so we'll come back to you with those in a couple of minutes.
So another gold medal, another victory. How do you feel back on the shooting line after the last year?
Oh, brilliant. It's great to be back. It's been so tough with everything that's happened with COVID and that, and now it's just great to be back out in the shooting. I mean, in our country, in the UK, we had what's called shielding, and I was in that group where the government said you had to stay at home. So I've not been able to train as much as I'd like to, and that. So then when shielding ended, we could go back to training. So it's really good, and back at competition after so long. It's just great.
Not only gold medal, because you take also during the final quarter tournament the quarter place for Tokyo. So are you happy about this?
Oh, definitely. I can't wait now. It's brilliant to get out there and get shooting again.
Okay, so thank you, congratulations, Victoria. And now we got also the winner of the gold medal in the main competition. So how do you feel about this great victory?
I'm feeling awesome, and I think I deserve this, and I show them, and I show to everybody, I think I deserve this. I couldn't take the quota place for Tokyo, but I was perfect at whole this tournament, and yeah, I think it's me.
So, and you say during the Continental Quota Tournament was not you taking the quota places, but Turkey will be present at the Paralympic Games.
Yeah, Turkey will present at Paralympic Games, and maybe I can do it next games, because I think I'm good in this category, and I think I'm a good archer.
So there's 3 years to train, so thank you and congratulations, Adam.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back. Thank you. It's so interesting to hear from the W1s after their medal wins, and to see the reactions that they have and the emotions that are pouring out of them. Certainly fresh, rather than them going away and getting to think about it. And it's great for us as a viewer to feel what they're feeling in those moments. We are going to move on to the Compound Women Open category next, so we're going to have our gold medal match. So like I said, we have Jessica Stratton for Great Britain, and then we have Maria Andrea Virgilio for Italy. And Jessica is ranked number 1, while Maria Andrea is ranked number 2.
This is one of the rare cases we have where that happened that way, where the 1 and 2 qualifiers made their way through their brackets without getting taken out, and
On target
we get to see
number
them compete
one,
on the big stage.
Yeah, it's fantastic. We also see that coming up a little bit later too. But again, that was just the women for today. They managed to stay right through to the end, so we'll get to see them go up against each other for the first one.
For the match, Mr. Euchers. And it will be Captain on target number one, the start shooter.
We begin. Starting out with Jessica, and as we saw earlier, she has been shooting so strong all week, and again, a 10, just to confirm my hypothesis. Maria Andrea shoots a 9. Another 10 from Jessica.
Nine.
A second 9 from Maria Andrea, both low.
Yeah, she grabbed some clicks there, so hopefully it's enough to get her up in that 10 ring.
You would hope. Because we have a perfect score.
That's great shooting out of Jessica.
Nine.
And a third 9. So on the right height now, but just over to the right.
Yeah. I'd be grabbing some more clicks for sure. I mean, Jessica is such a strong shooter, and she shoots so fast. I mean, she gets that thing back and anchored, just straight to execution. No messing around there.
No. It's extremely impressive to watch those scores coming in and see them go on to get her through to this gold medal match. But again, we're only at the end of the first end, so there's plenty to go in this match.
The start is match maybe by 3 points, 30 to 27.
And yesterday, in one of her matches, she had 4 ends of perfect scores.
Do you know what her X count was, though?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't know what the world record is right now for a woman's compound match.
It's a good question. I'm not sure either. We'll have to wait till she's finished shooting to ask her, though.
Yeah.
Maybe one of the interviewers will pick that up.
Nine.
So Maria Andrea shooting a 9, this time on the left-hand side, but
And just out.
it was lovely height.
10.
A 10 though.
Nine.
Another 9 for Maria Andrea. Again, this would be very strong shooting for in any other instance. Just
10.
when you keep seeing 10s in from your opponent, and the gap is growing, it can be a difficult thing to face down. She's starting.
Yeah, there she goes. She's found the middle on that one. So she just needs to keep doing that, and that's all she can worry about right now. So Jess finally gave her a 9 there. So
she did. Just to help her a bit. So we have the 4-point gap after 2 ends. We have a magnifying glass out too for target number 1. So maybe they're challenging that 9. But it remains a 9 after that challenge. So unlike a sport like tennis where you have a certain number of challenges, in archery, if you can request that your arrow is looked at by the judge. There's no limit on the amount of times you can ask, right?
yeah, that's correct. If you're shooting a 72 arrow qualifier, you can call them every end for multiple arrows and ends.
Provided they are actually line breakers.
If they're clearly in or out, and you keep calling a judge over, you'll probably annoy them and start getting a frustrated judge on your line, which nobody wants that. Not the judge, not the archer. So
no, and frustrated archers too, because you'll have to wait for those decisions to be called, so that might slow up the proceedings.
Absolutely.
We hear GB behind us. I'm waiting for the Italians to start their cheers.
To rally back with their battle cries.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe they're going to let the arrows do the talking.
9.
9 from Maria Andrea.
Ten.
And another 10 from Jessica. Again, we should also say that both of these archers have
10.
Well, there's a 10 from Maria Andrea, but both of these archers have secured places for their countries, for Tokyo.
10x.
Oh, and an X from Jessica. So this could be another potential head-to-head that we would see, or match that we would see in Tokyo.
9.
A 9 again from Maria Andrea.
Nine.
And a 9 from Jessica to finish up that end.
Just out the top.
Jessica settled first.
Again, we have those 5 points that stand between the two archers.
Against Diana Bacco, victory against Julia Pesci in the 8th final. Victory at the Shoot of Arrows against Stephanie Dartakinova in the quarter. And she defeats Farzanel Zari in the semi. Second place for Maria
So the heat is definitely increasing. We're sitting here. The sun is finally getting to us as it lowers below our tent. So we're starting to feel some of the conditions that these archers have been going through today.
Yeah, it's less pleasant, I'll say that. It's not horrible, but it's starting to bake a little bit.
We won't have the opportunity to get in out of the sun just yet. We do have to. We do have a few more matches to do.
And the game, I get to shoot him first. 10.
10. Good start in this end.
X.
And an X. Just to respond, a 10 isn't good enough. We need to get an X.
Yeah, Jessica's shooting is just phenomenal. Like, just so powerful, confident, and you know, she knows what she came here to do, and she's doing it.
Repeatedly.
An
8 from Maria Andrea. I was going to say she needs to just stay the course and hope that she's given a window, but
10.
another perfect score makes it very difficult for
Yeah, I
the
don't
archer
think
to get in.
Jessica's interested in opening any windows, that's for sure.
During lunch I went off and did some research, by the way, and since we have a Great Britain versus Italian match here, I did look up when the Euros match is going to be, and it is tomorrow, and it's tomorrow evening. So maybe this is going to be an indicator of how soccer is going to go, depending on what the result of this match is, as we see a pre-game between an Italian team and a Great British team.
118 against 110 for Jessica Stratton with 3 arrows to go.
But maybe this is the only opportunity that Great Britain will have to win a match, and then they'll give the Euros to Italy tomorrow. But we won't know that until the end of this end, how the results are. There we go. See, I laid down a challenge and the Italians decided.
Accepted.
Yeah.
10.
Another.
Yeah, now she's on it.
I think I might have upset. I definitely upset our Italian crew working with us today, so in that statement. Oh wow, this is going to be a very good end. We see a 9 from Italy.
10.
10, another perfect score for
gold
Great
medal in the
Britain.
compound women open competition.
We have a gold medal
Jessica
going to Jessica Stratton, and our silver going to Maria Andrea Virgilio.
Maria Andrea Virgilio.
So we see the judge has announced that the winner officially is Great Britain. So Jessica Stratton takes our gold medal there, and we get to move on to our next compound match. Our final compound match of the day, in fact, for gold for Compound Men Open. So we are going to see Russia take on Ukraine when we have everything ready and organized. So we are going to see, would you like to go with these names this time?
I'm not even looking at the list, but I can't imagine it's going to be good if you're asking me to get in there. Let's go with Pierre Shigev and Shuri Atamanenko. Atamanenko.
Good job.
That's how I'm going with that one.
Atamanenko.
Yeah. Seems close. I would hate to watch this back and then have people tell me how to actually pronounce it.
I know, I think we're both going to be guilty of that.
But we're trying our best.
We are.
So yeah, we'll see if the compound men can hold up to our compound women's match. That was some big scores there, and yeah, some great shooting. So
For sure, what an enjoyable match for us to be able to comment on, and to get those perfect scores. We get to use the graphic, and also it's great for the whole Great British team, because it gives them a lot of confidence that their archer is ready to put it up to everybody else in Tokyo in a few weeks' time.
absolutely. I mean, you could see whatever that woman's doing to train her mental game along with shooting arrows. You know she's got something figured out. Or she just naturally is calm under all sorts of pressure, because I mean, you start running a couple perfect ends in a row, and that pressure can sneak up on you like, oh, I'm shooting so good. When's it going to go bad? But it's evident she doesn't have those thoughts go through her head. At least she doesn't show them to us. So it's pretty great watching that happen. And yeah, I'm sure she will be a force to be reckoned with in Tokyo. That is for sure.
Definitely.
On target number
So
one,
we see
representing Russia,
Shigaev on target number 1, and
on target number 2, representing
Atamanenko
Ukraine, Sergei
on target number
Atamanenko.
for
Line
Ukraine.
judge for the match, Mr. Dimitrios Avgerinakis. And it will be Shigaev from target 1 to start the shoot first.
So we're just getting confirmation from the judge that we can start, and we are underway for our last compound match of the day.
All good things must end. So that great things like recurve can come.
That's it.
Nine.
So we have a 9 from Shigaev.
Ten.
And a 10 in response from Atamanenko.
Nine.
Another 9, both on the left-hand side of the target.
Nine.
Another 9.
That 9's just out. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know why. He's getting pushed out there to the left, but hopefully figures it out and gets him in the 10 ring. Just like that.
Just like that. There might have been a slight push on his front arm. I did see a little bit of a strain, so that might have pushed his arrow to the left for Atamanenko.
10.
Yeah, it
But
can't
not on
be,
that one.
Not on that one.
So we see that Atamanenko is leading by 1 point. this gold medal match. The archers are waiting here for their arrows to be collected and everything to be totaled, and then when we're ready, we'll be able to move on to the next end. We also see some archers who are relaxing, and we have our World Archery Europe being represented.
29 to 28 for Atamanenko.
So a very close match again with 1 point in it
Number 1
for Atamanenko, and we will go into this second end.
Ten.
10.
That was a good long hold, but he stayed right in it and found himself a 10.
Did. Had the confidence to stay with it.
9.
And pays dividend. They're tied up on 38.
X.
Another 10 and an X. So how is Atamanenko going to answer this? With a 10. Will we have another perfect score in this round?
10.
We do.
10. 10.
And we'll see now if Atamanenko can keep it level.
9.
Just shooting a 9. They're playing cat and mouse. The last end, Shigaev was behind by 1, and now we have Atamanenko behind by 1.
Yeah, they're just trading arrows a bit there, so hey, as long as I keep doing this, this is going to make this a great match to watch, so I'll tune in for another end.
You have to. As we're here for all the people at home for the next few minutes.
Well, of course, I can't miss the recurve.
This is true. To see the final showdown. Again, our music selection is top.
For it comes 58 to 6.
I know. I wish folks back home could hear it. It's good venue music for sure.
It is.
After the 2 ends. And now we are ready for the next end. Target to do first.
So we are ready to shoot again, and Atamanenko is going first.
X.
There you go.
Yeah, I didn't need a scope to see that one. That's right in the middle.
Did he spider that?
Pretty much.
All you gotta
that
do.
one's on the line, but it's worth just as much.
Yep. The X's are impressive, though.
10x.
And another. We're going to have this as enjoyable as our women's final.
9.
9, just low 9. Potentially just dropping that bow arm.
10, 10, 10. It's another
But
perfect
if
score
you
for Dave.
you leave yourself when you see your opponent is shooting 3 10s, then although your arrows are fantastic and you've shot X's, that one blip
Yeah.
has an effect.
This one little blips will add up to bite you here in compound open. So we'll see. They're staying with it though. Both still. I mean, 10-10-9 is pretty strong shooting. So
It is.
I think shooting like this goes to show how great these athletes are. I mean, people back home who may not be experienced in archery at all, kind of like, oh, they just pull it back and it hits the 10. It's so easy. Then they might try to go put an 80 centimeter target at 50 meters by themselves and see how it works out. And it's a lot more challenging than one might think.
And then you add the cameras and the spectators to it, right?
Absolutely. And they had to do this not just this one time to get here. You know, they had to shoot. You know, the cameras in your face, all that fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to come out and be able to perform. You know, no excuses.
Exactly. So, Hatsmanenko is taking your advice, no excuses. He's shot a 10. Another X from Shigaev. Second 10 going to remain as tight as ever.
Nine
from Shigaev.
So Atamanenko got 1 point back there.
Mm-hmm. It's not quite. He needs to get his 10 in this time. Which he did. Doesn't want Shigaev to have all of those perfect scores, right?
Yeah, he's got to get a couple back under his name.
And another 10. So we go. Give them as much encouragement as possible. If the shooting isn't going to do it, then the crowd will.
X.
And an X. He's fighting right to the end of this match.
Absolutely. Staying in his own zone and letting it happen.
9.
And 9.
Oh, just out.
Shiev.
So now we're tied.
X.
Another 10.
X.
Another 10.
Guys are going to make it close.
They are. It all comes down to this.
This might as well be a one-arrow shoot-off.
Mm-hmm.
10.
And they do a 10. Atamanenko shot a 10, so now we need to see if Shigaev can shoot a 10, and then we'll go into sudden death. And he shoots a 10. I get my shoot off.
Right.
It seems that we will have the first shoot off of the day.
We waited long
Of
enough
course,
for this
we
shoot
waited
off,
for
right?
information from the target.
It's about as happy as I can be today. I'm excited. This is great. It's great for these archers, and it's great for us fans. We get to see more archery. We get to see some of the most pressure an archer can be under, shooting that one-arrow shoot-off in the finals venue for the gold medal. One of the largest tournaments we have. So this is worth all the marbles.
And it is
Getting
for
that,
shoot-off time!
proving yourself.
To decide the
You have
compound
the
and open gold medal.
fortitude to hold
We
up
have
in
the
Tokyo,
Para-Archery
all
World
those
Ranking
things.
Event 2021 in
We have
Nove,
this,
Mesto.
we had this amazing shooting from these two archers, so I think it's only deserving that they get their one arrow shoot off.
Absolutely. They earned that extra arrow.
They did.
The winner.
We get to see it. I think that's what we wanted,
Also
right?
for the shoot of arrow, it would be Del Shigev on target number 1 after the new target faces.
So in a one arrow shoot off, we need to change the faces so that we are able to be as fair to both archers as possible. So we're just waiting for the target faces to be changed, and then at that point we will get into the this tense shoot off. So we will also have a situation where if we have a clear winner, then if one shoots a 10 and one shoots a 9, then that's very clear who wins. And if they both shoot the same score, we'll have to measure. So let's go to the match now. A 10 from
got a
Shigaev.
10 just out of the X line. That's a pretty good 10 there.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent!
Inside the X, so
Wow, that is very impressive.
medal match in compound women. So Jessica, how was this competition? What this final?
The final was actually really good. It was really good pressure training. I really enjoyed sort of the challenge of it, and sort of it was very good preparation towards the Paralympic Games in a few weeks.
It was not for you, but from Febepine, if I'm wrong, taking the quarter place for the Tokyo 2020. So it means a chance for GB to the Paralympics.
Yes, we do have another spot now, thankfully, so that will be really good for the team to sort of like expand it a little bit. It's definitely going to be a good games, I think.
Thank you very much. Now the winner of the men competition. So the first result for the day. So it's thrilling final.
Ну, було нелегко, але було зроблено дуже багато роботи. Я задоволений, що я міг справитися з таким завданням і зробити те, що зробив.
This was the very hard day for me, but I'm glad that my previous preparation helps me to cope with my nerves, and I'm glad that I achieved the gold medal.
So you took the quarter places in the 2019 for the Paralympics, so another training to Tokyo.
Yes. Це підготовка до Паралімпійських ігор в Токіо, і будемо старатися ще підвищувати свій спортивний рівень.
This competition was my final preparation before the Tokyo Games, and I hope that I can repeat my success in Tokyo.
So thank you very much. Congratulations both.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to welcome, please, for the recurve women open gold medal match. On target number 1, representing Italy, Elisabetta Mino. And their opponent on target number 2, representing Iran, Zara Nemati. Line judge for the match, Mr. Soner Yugel.
Hi everybody. Now we have reset the field and we are into our recurve women open gold match. So we have Elisabetta Mino against Zara Nemati. So we have Italy versus Iran.
Seven.
So Miino shoots a 7.
Nine.
And Nemati puts in a 9.
Eight.
Elisabetta shoots an 8.
Nine.
And Zara shoots another 9.
Nine.
Nice 9 from Elisabetta.
Eight.
And an 8 for Zara. So back again to our set points. So you'll see that the winner of the individual who gets the most points for a set will get 2 set points, and if both opponents draw during the set, they'll get a point each, and the aim of the game is to reach 6 points before your opponent.
And if they both reach 5, it'll be a 1 arrow shoot off. We've seen one of those on the compound side today so far, so possibly we can get one out of the recurvers as well.
That's the hopes. It was very exciting watching our compound men do their 1 hour shoot off, and we'd only love to see the same in the 2 remaining matches.
2-0 for Zara Nemati after the first set. And again, Nino on target number 1 will start to shoot first in the second set.
So we go into our second set here, seeing if Elisabetta can come out on top and even this match out.
Nine.
9 is a good start.
Eight, maybe 9.
And an 8.
Yeah, it's on the line. You saw a lot of body English after that shot, so.
Yeah. And again, both archers finding that right-hand side of the target again.
9.
So Elisabetta shoots another 9.
8.
And a second 8 from Zara.
Nine.
Another 9 for Elisabetta, bringing her to 27. So we'll see how Zara responds.
9.
Also shooting a 9. And we see that we do tie up this game 2-all.
Again, another great match here in the gold medal match. And Zara Namadi has actually competed in Rio on the Olympic side and the Paralympic side. So she also currently holds the world record for the recurve open qualifying score. I believe it's right at 660, 661. Quite an impressive archer. So.
That goes to show again that versatility we were talking about earlier with the sport, that you can compete in a para event and also from an Olympic standpoint too.
Yeah, absolutely. That's you know, a few athletes have done it over the years to compete on both sides of the fence there, Paralympic side and the Olympic side. So again, archery is, I keep saying it, for everybody. So if you're willing to give it a try,
27 to 26
find
for
a
Elisabetta
wide range of
Camino,
people who are able to shoot it, and with success at that.
2-5. And again,
We should also tell
1,
viewers
2,
at home that both Elisabetta and Zara did win their quota places for their country already. So this again is another one of those matches that is more like an exhibition for us for Tokyo. So let's see where we go now that we have drawn.
9.
We go with a 9, which is a nice start. Answered with a 10 from Zara. We have a 7. However, again, going back to those set points, if you can put them behind you and have enough opportunity to see out your opponent, then that's the most important thing.
Yeah, fighting your best to get back to your rhythm, your shot, after maybe a disappointing arrow is huge skill you must have if you want to be successful in tournament archery.
Mm-hmm. We always want do-overs, but after it's gone, you can't get it back.
Yeah, so there's not, you don't drive your car looking at the rear view mirror. So look at the next arrow, see what you can do to make that one better. Focus on that and go for it.
Zara pulls ahead again with a 27 on that end to Elisabetta's 2.
Elisabetta Camino after the qualification round in the 8th of final 6-2 against Emma Ravish.
Again, we see these dynamics in play between both teams. We have very communicative teams who are talking through with their coaches and trying to get a handle on the shots that have gone ahead. And they'll know exactly what to tell their archers in those moments. tally of 4-2 for Iran in this gold medal match.
28 for Zara Nemati, 24 the Vietnamino. That means that now Zara Nemati is leading 4-2 this recurring Women Open gold medal match. And we're ready for the fourth set. And again, target 1, shoot first.
So let's see for our next set how Elisabetta is going to respond to
9
to this.
Starts out with a 9. Pretty good way to start it.
Again, in that right side of the target face.
6
To a 6. There's a 10.
It's definitely putting the pressure right on Madi. That one went off a bit quick, so he's hopefully she can find some focus on her last arrow and get back in it.
8
There's an 8 from Elisabetta.
There she goes. So even though that set was well out of reach, that last arrow, she used that to, you know, find herself, figure out a good shot. So now going into this next set, she at least has some confidence going into it.
Exactly. But again, it evens things up for us, so it's going to make it another hotly contested game or match.
Yeah, they could split this set, go 5-5, and go to the awesome one-arrow shoot-off.
2 in short succession. What did I do to deserve this?
Is it your birthday?
No. I'm at the other end of the year. Mind you, if anybody wants to send me gifts, I'm open to that too.
I see.
Now we got a tie match.
Maybe I should have a half birthday midway in the year.
Of course.
To the side, the gold medal.
And we do have 364 unbirthdays.
This is true.
Allison Wonderland.
Mina on target number 1 will start the shoot first.
And also, another reason why this could be a very hotly contested match is that Elisabetta, she ranked first in the ranking rounds, and Zara ranked second. So again, we have that repeat of the archers, female archers, who finished first and second in ranking rounds coming up against each other in this final match.
Yeah, they're both pretty highly skilled archers, and it's fun when they run into each other.
9
Starting off with a 9.
Answers with a 10.
An
8 from Elisabetta.
Let's see what Zara can get here.
7
She gets a 7, so they're sitting even on this set right now.
Staying.
17 apiece.
Mm-hmm.
Eight.
An 8 from.
Long hold out of that one, but she's able to get an 8 out of it.
Well, as you can see them all grouped on that left-hand side.
Yeah. So here we go. 9 to win.
7.
A 7, which brings us to. That is an Italian win.
The confirmation of the score
So we
from
just
the
need to wait
target
for that to be
judge.
confirmed, but we are we're under the impression that Italy takes the gold medal match. So Elisabetta Miigno will take gold, and Zara Nemati will take silver at this tournament. As both archers wait anxiously.
And it is confirmed, gold medal goes to Elisabetta Miigno in the Kerwin Open
The
competition.
win there and what it
Silver
means
medal for
to
Zara
Elisabetta.
Nemati, Iran.
The joy. Yet another thing with the Italians, they're such an expressive team that when they do have a win, it consumes them. It's you see that through their entire body language.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole team's very expressive, and I think their whole team, you know, it's part of the fun of being part of a team that's so close like that. Everybody's sharing in that win with her right now. You know, everybody's spirits are boosted. They get the same happiness, and you know, I'm sure they'll be celebrating with her with that for a while.
Yes. That means we're into our very last match of the day.
And the weather's managed to be pretty awesome for us today, all the way through. I was a little afraid we get some thunderstorms in the afternoon here, but clear skies. It's warm, but not quite hot, and just a slight breeze. Pretty perfect day for archery.
No, it was brilliant. And when you look back at the day, is there anything that particularly stands out to you, or something you'd love to see again?
I mean, I've been most impressed with Jessica Stretton there shooting for GB in the Compound Women Open. She stood out as, you know, phenomenal. So she has definitely the skill and the mindset of an elite archer, and that impressed me. How about you? Any other standouts?
Yeah,
Noteworthy?
I would definitely agree with you on Jessica. She just is such a threat going into Tokyo, and a joy to watch, really. I have to say, my shoot off. I got my shoot off eventually, so.
Yep, those are always fun.
Yeah, and in such spectacular fashion. So we saw that with our Russian and Ukrainian gold medal match for compound men. So that is definitely one that I am delighted I got pole position for.
Yeah, and a shoot-off with a 10 versus an X, so it was a close shoot-off at that.
Just getting everything ready for our final match here. So we are going to have Guillaume Tukolay from France against Sadiq Savas from Turkey. So we have Guillaume is ranked first after the ranking round, and Sadiq was ranked 6th. Both again have did secure places for their country for Tokyo. So we've had the opportunity in person. I know that we won't have spectators at in in Tokyo, but we've had this opportunity to see some potential lineups in Tokyo.
On target number one,
And,
representing France,
is mouth
Guillaume
tab shooter.
Toucoulé.
3 of those that I know of on the recurve
And
side.
his opponent on target number
And
2, representing
so
Turkey,
drawing the bow back
Sadiq
with the tab.
Savas. Line judge for the match,
He's
Mrs.
somewhere
Maruja.
in the low to mid 40s, and so his bow's rather loud with that mouth tab hanging on the string when he lets go of it, but his
So target number 1
bow
with
arm
Sadiq.
is so incredibly strong, and he's definitely got the precision to put those arrows right where he wants them, so I think this will be a great match as well.
Going to get underway in a few seconds once our judges are happy. Much like the song that's going on behind us, Don't Worry, Be Happy. Making sure our judges are happy. So we have Toucoulé to shoot first.
10x.
There you go. Like you said.
Right on in there. He definitely knows what he's doing.
Nine.
And a 9 from Savas.
Just out.
Nine, maybe 10.
Let's just check on that arrow from Toucoulé, but we believe it's a 9-10 liner.
Nine.
Another 9. Again, very close.
Yeah, both these archers shooting real tight groups right now, so should be a great match all the way through.
7.
And a 7 from Toucoulé. And a 7. They must just be picking up what the other one is doing.
Yeah, there was definitely, it was uncanny how they both went out on that third arrow, but so that gives it to Guillaume Toucoulé there.
But again, we're on our set points, so could quite easily, if those arrows are continuing to group the way that they are, or the first 2 arrows were grouping for Savas, should I say, then we could quite easily see this go to another even match.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see.
And we hear the Turkey team again behind us, cheering on Savas as much as they possibly can. Well, that music got very loud as we hear Sweet Caroline.
27 to 25, that means that Toucoulé took the first 2 set points, leading 2-0 the match.
Into our second set here. Another 7 from Savas.
And his shots that are out of gold, at least thus far, have been high. So that can be from you just get a little too amped up and a little too much wrist pressure into the bow, and the arrows just go up. So.
Ten.
There's that 10.
Good way to put that 7 behind you.
Eight.
And an 8. Another 8 for Tukule.
Seven.
Followed by another 7 here. So again, that was an opportunity to go ahead here and put Tukule under some pressure. So we'll have to see.
Needs a 9 to win this set.
10.
And he gets it.
He does. He gets an X. He wasn't happy with your 10 or your 9. He got a 10. And an X.
Tukule was first after the qualification round, proceeding in 1:16, 6-2 against Asgar Kalinejad. In the quarterfinal, 6-2 against David Phillips. In the quarterfinal, 7-3 against Park Yumpel. And victory in the semi, 7-1 against Stefano Travisani. 6th place for Sadiq
So again, we have these conversations around tactics or around potential changes for our archers to make coming from their coaches,
victory 7-1 against Simon Kendall Smith.
which will happen after every end, as we've seen, but it's interesting to see exactly how much talking goes on back and forth between the archers and their coaches.
Yeah, some, you know, keep it casual. Oh, nice shoot. Keep doing that. Some of them have a more lengthy conversation and maybe talk about something outside of archery to get them to think about something else. Hey, how was lunch today? You know?
How was lunch today?
That was pretty good. How was yours?
Yeah, it was good. So those things at tournaments, you are on a schedule that you shoot, you eat, you shoot, you eat, and so it's often the time where we get our downtime to just take a minute for ourselves and have something nutritious. So Savas is shooting first.
9.
Shoots a 9. And Tukule shoots an 8. Another 9. Slightly lower this time from Savas.
Nine.
9 from Tukule. Just that one behind now, so maybe it might be an opportunity for Turkey to win some set points here.
X.
Little bow English there, but he whipped that thing right into the X.
Seven.
7.
Turkey grabs some set points here, so they definitely needed them.
They did to keep it alive. They needed to win this set, and they've done just that.
28-24, that means 2 set points for Sadiq Salas. Still in the game with Tukule leading by 4-2. This recurrent open gold medal match. Ready for the next set. And again it will be Salas shooting first, target number 2.
So we are at 4-2 in this match. We are waiting for the reset here and the judges to give us the all clear, and then we can move on and see exactly how this game shakes out. Savas to shoot first for Turkey.
9.
Shooting a 9. Tugule putting the last arrows behind him and shooting a 10. Trying to finish this game in this set.
9.
Another 9 from Savas.
And that's just out of the 10, so.
7.
A 7 from Tugule. Again, we see how quickly those 7s can hurt you.
Seven.
Should stop saying the word 7. So let's see what Tugule does. Does he finish this
Needs
match?
8 to split the set.
8.
He gets
8.
it. So it's going to go 5-3. It's going to go to another set here.
We have Savas going first. Again, both of these archers have their place, or the country's place secured for Tokyo, but they're here to see whether they win gold or silver in the Para-Archery World Ranking event in Nove Mesto.
9.
A 9 to start.
See what Guillaume Tukula can answer with.
9.
Also 9.
Mm-hmm.
Nine.
That arrow went real quick, and I bet he's very happy with that 9.
Yes. Sometimes you shouldn't question it. Just don't question it.
Nope, just knock the next arrow and get ready to shoot that one.
Mm-hmm.
Nine.
Another 9. Why? We are keeping it close here.
He's got 15 seconds on the clock, just enough time to take a breath. And he's down to 10. So this is going to be a pressure situation for him for sure.
5.
That's the way to do it right there.
He had us all a little bit nervous there, but we had nothing to be worried about.
My hands got a little sweaty even.
10. Okay.
It should be enough to tie the set.
Congratulations to young Nicola. Incredible shooting out of both archers.
With Elisabetta Mino, another gold medal to improve your career and back on the shooting line after a not such easy year.
Yes, not easy. It's a very important match because Zara Nemati is a beautiful archer, so I'm very happy to win this match.
You already took the quota for the Paralympic Games in 2019, so this was an high-level training to approach the Tokyo 2020.
Yes, my level is better than some years ago, and I hope to have a good result then in Tokyo.
Thank you very much. Now we switch to the winner of the Recurrent Open gold medal match, such a thrilling final.
Yes, I'm happy because it was a hard match. Yes, with my coach we do the better, and I'm happy for that.
Happy for the victory of the gold medal, but also for the Continental Quota Tournament where you take up a quota place for Tokyo 2020, so you or France will be in at the Paralympic Games.
Yes, I'm really happy for that too. It was an objective for France for give this ticket. So yes, we are really happy, and we will represent France in Tokyo.
So thank you very much and congratulations.
Tak řekni, what did you mean?
Já jsem nerozuměla jenom Black Sea Shrimp.
No.
Takže nechápu, co ti myslel. Jakože nic černé.
Jo, černý trh.
A musíš něco zabrat. Tak nic poradí.
Je to tvoje kamarád?
Není, no. Tam to je Robert. Jo, to je Robert.
Okay, so we are going in now to see our award ceremony. We'll be going into that in a few minutes. And it's fantastic to see the hard work of these archers paying off over the last 2 years.
I think it's a 4. And Daniel
Look at his front hand. It just
and this is in the red. This must be a 7.
That's a clear 7.
And Daniel still has
But
to
you can
shoot his
see, like,
second
the
arrow.
little Daniel is just shaking a little bit, but Mesto's front hand is just strong.
And this is
5.
a 5, yeah. So it looks like 13 points already.
Yeah, it's like a completely 2 different styles. But eventually, like, both actually get a nice grouping and good score.
He still has to shoot his
Last
third arrow. 22 seconds left.
He's so nervous.
And that's
it's
in
a
the yellow.
10.
Oh, that is a
It's a
wonderful shot. It's a
10.
10, yeah. Oh,
So nice, so interesting.
so the first set is for Daniel. 23 points. Unbelievable.
Yeah, last time he had only 21, so he's improving.
Yeah. Did someone in the visual impaired category ever shot 30 points? Do we know that? I don't know, but
To be honest, I'm not really sure. I don't track them so nicely, but like, eventually they did.
I hope so, yeah. But 23 against 11.
It's a good start.
That's a good start.
But I mean, we have to remember we have a set system here, so
Everything's possible. Yeah. Crystals knows what he has to do. But the group of arrows of Daniel is really good.
yeah, I mean, he was shaking so hard and he has such a strong grouping. Very, very interesting to see this. Yeah, it looks like it's confirmed. 2-0 to Martin Daniel from Spain.
It seems that Daniel is shooting better and better and better today. Also
Yeah, he gets more confidence, so
Yeah.
he can shoot more and more. Yeah, you know, like maybe we'll get 6-0 match and it will be a fast one. Maybe we go to the shootout. It's like
everything's
I
possible.
love this stuff, but like you don't know what's happening next. And we are getting ready for another.
We go to the second set. No other matches at the field at the moment, and that's of course what they deserve.
Oh
The
yeah.
field only for the final for the visually impaired category. Christos Misos from Cyprus and
Look
Daniel
at the
Martin Anaga.
fans.
Yeah.
They have like so many of them.
People
It's
watching
always so
behind.
nice to see the fans, even from Spain.
And the second set will start.
Ah, we were too nice to him.
Yeah, the first is a
He needs
miss.
to kind of make sure.
Yeah.
And 2 points for Christos.
So Christos takes the lead in the second set. 2 points.
But look at the Christos front arm. It's just like
This
so
is
strong. Yes, I think 4.
3, 4. Quattro. Yeah, it's a 4.
Ah,
it's
and we
again
have
a
a missed
miss.
ball on the other side, so you can
So-
see how he's shaking. I think he was too excited to get some good score. Maybe he heard
Yeah,
us.
it's really it seems that the nerves are becoming bigger and bigger for
Yeah, I
Daniel.
mean, finals are hard for everybody.
Yeah. Christos going for his third arrow,
7.
and that must be 13 points already. Shooting 30 points with 1 arrow is not possible, but
I mean, 5 can save you. At least you could put back the normal pace and.
but the second set has been won by Christos Misos from Cyprus.
So as I said, 6-0 or.
Yeah.
So we go to or. So now it looks like 2-2.
And his opponent Daniel Martin Anaya shot 5 points, and that makes the
So at least we will see 2 other sets in this final for the visual impaired tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's always so nice to see that everything, really everything is possible in these categories. And when you know that they just cannot have a look around to see how is the field set up or anything, they just feel the difference between the grass and the tartan because we are on the athletic field. It's also a bit harder because they are used to shoot in the grass usually. But as you said, since we need to push archery more to the crowd, more to the cities, they need to get used to the flat grounds, podiums, crowd.
Yeah.
So
And I'm
2-2.
sure that they will, in their hometowns, they will train also different circumstances. They're shooting a lot of arrows also weekly.
For
Always
sure.
to improve. And Christos and his coach are walking back together with a judge.
Yeah, and we go to another end. So any tips for the next results for the next end? Because I mean, you can tip everything. Because we started in 11 versus 23. Now we are 13 versus 5.
Christos 11 and 13. That looks really stable. 23 and 5 with 2 misses from Daniel. But it's the set system, so
Yeah, and that makes it even nicer. More equal. So we just see the consistency, because in this case it would be, I think, very hard for them if they would have a cumulative score.
yeah, and even with the cumulative score, then Daniel should take the should have the lead at the moment. But the first arrow of
Another
Christos is a
miss.
miss. Yeah, and this is in the blue.
6.
It must
Very
be a
nice
6.
one.
Yeah.
So see, like, he always needs to kind of calm down with these misses, and then he can start over. Maybe it puts down his stress.
But should the first arrow be more important with the visually impaired?
You know, like, my coach, he was always saying,
Oh, that is
very
maybe a 9.
nice. But my coach
8
always
or a
said,
9?
like, every
9,
arrow
it's
counts.
a 9, yeah. This is
also 9.
It's also 9.
Maybe the judges will move it up to the 10, but at the moment...
Let me see.
Very nice, 1-8.
Very close to each other.
So nice, so interesting.
No miss for Daniel. He cannot afford a miss at the moment.
And
he's
he
shooting
doesn't.
in the blue.
4
Yeah,
or
very
5.
close to the other hero.
From this angle we cannot really see it clearly, but
We think it's 6. So then the score should be 21 against 16, but we see the asterisk for the second arrow of crystals. Maybe it's a 9. It's a liner.
yeah, sadly for us it's both in an angle where we cannot really see. But I think like it will be very
But good
I don't want,
course.
and I think maybe like the 9 could be also a 10, but we will see if they will call it charge or not.
But really good scores this this set of both archers. And the coaches are counting. For them it's really clear.
Yeah, you know, it's like even when we are quite close, once you are standing in front of the target, everything is much clearer. Yeah, so 17 and 21. So yeah, it was
It was a 9. Yeah.
This was Christos shot 17.
And a 4. Yeah, so not 6, but the last one was a 4 for Daniel. So it was really shading, the arrow was shading another arrow.
Daniel won this set.
But either way, it's 4 set points for Daniel.
2 set points. And
Crystals
So-
too.
in total,
We see if we go to shoot off or
2 for Christos and 4 for Daniel.
I mean, yeah, like for now, I think majority of the visually impaired archers are from Europe. Because I don't really remember at the moment any, like, other than European visually impaired archer, which is actually competing on the international level. So maybe we are doing something good in Europe, you know?
Yeah, of course what you need is a lot of support for visually impaired archers. You have to find volunteers, coaches to give them the support.
That's true, but also the wheelchair guys, they needed
Yeah,
the support,
absolutely.
so... Yeah, sometimes they can be more independent, but these
So-
guys also,
Yeah,
so...
but it's really good that we have this event also in this tournament.
So let's see where Daniel... I
That's-
think it's like 7, and Mrs. 8?
Is it an 8?
I think it's 8 for Mrs. and 7 for Daniel.
Oh, they're so close to each other. It's a real final.
Super go. Even more fans are coming.
That looks like
I think it's a 4.
Yeah. And this is in the yellow.
Nice.
Oh.
9. Daniel wants to take it.
Yeah, this almost looks like a match point for Daniel.
Ah, but let...
Organizing committee, Mr. Libor Schneider. Bronze medal, representing Great Britain, Victoria Rumari Martin Sajic. representing Czech Republic, Sarka Musilova, David Drauninski. Gold medal first place representing Italy, Asia Pellizzari, Salvatore Demetrico. Ladies and gentlemen, please honor the national anthem of Italy. One round of applause to our athletes.
Co? Sudety klobouk, když vrahím na hůči? Jo. Je to podsta. Jako když přijdeš do kostela. Takže to tam. Já taky popravuji. To bylo to na Vánoce. Jo, to taky já. A ty koukáš doma? Taky koukám. Na to stojí ten frák.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the compound open mixed team.
Že bylo na mojí země.
Jo,
Gifts will be presented by Mr. Peter Able, Mayor of City of Nove, Mesto, Metui. Flowers will be presented by Mrs. Chiara Barbi, Chairperson of WRT Europe Para-Archery Committee. Bronze medal representing Russian Federation, Tatiana Andreskaya Bayer-Shigev. Silver medal representing France, Julie Chopin, Daniel Leroux. Gold medal first place representing Great Britain, Jessica Stratton, Nathan McQueen. Ladies and gentlemen, please honor the national anthem of Great Britain. Please give a warm round of applause to our athletes. Gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Curve Open Mixed Team. Presented by Mr. Vorak Martin, previous ambassador of Kuwait. Flowers will be presented by Mrs. Karina Saviroto, member of World Archery Europe Para-Archery Committee. Bronze medal representing Turkey, Merve Nur Ferolu, Sadiq Salas. Silver medal Representing Italy, Elisabetta Miino, Stefano Travisani. Gold medal, first place, representing Russian Federation, Margarita Sidorenko, Kirill Zmirnov. Ladies and gentlemen, please honor the national anthem of Russian Federation. Please give a warm round of applause to our athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Women W1 Open. Will be presented by Mr. Jiranek Martin, member of Czech government. Flowers will be presented by Mr. Hervé Toglia, member of WRT Europe Para-Archery Committee. Bronze medal representing Czech Republic, Sarka Musilova. Medal representing Czech Republic, Teresa Brandlova. Gold medal representing Great Britain, Victoria Romari. Ladies and gentlemen, please honor the national anthem of Great Britain. Please give a warm round of applause for our athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men W1 Open. Gifts will be presented by Mr. Brandis Milan, Deputy of Radec Karlove region. Flowers will be presented by Mrs. Chiara Barbi, Chairperson of WRT Europe Para-Archery Committee. Bronze medal representing Russian Federation, Igor Meshkov. Silver medal representing Hungary, Thomas Gaspar. Gold medal representing Turkey, Higi Kaner Aydin. Ladies and gentlemen, please honor the national anthem of Turkey. of applause to our athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Compound Women Open. Will be presented by Mr. Jinanek Martin, member of Czech government. Flowers will be presented by Mrs. Karina Savilwotov, member of World Archery Europe Para-Archery Committee. Bronze medal representing France, Jolie Chopin. Silver medal representing Italy, Maria Andrea Virgilio. Gold medal representing Great Britain, Jessica Stratton. Ladies and gentlemen, please honor the national anthem of Great Britain. Please give a warm round of applause to our athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Compound Men Open. presented by Mr. Volk Martin, previous ambassador of Kuwait. Flowers will be presented by Mr. Hervé Toubile, member of World Archery Europe Para-Archery Committee. Bronze medal representing Iran, Alizina Manshezadeh. Medal representing Russian Federation, Bayer Shigev. Medal representing Ukraine, Sergei Atamanenko. Ladies and gentlemen, please honor the national anthem of Ukraine. Please give a warm round of applause to our athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Recur Women Open. will be presented by Mr. Petr Hubler, Major of City of Nove Mesto nad Metuji. Flowers will be presented by Mr. Brandis Milan, Deputy of Radec Kralov Region. Bronze medal representing Italy, Enza Petrilli. Silver medal representing Iran, Zara Nemati. Gold medal representing Italy, Elisabetta Mino. Ladies and gentlemen, please honor the national anthem of Italy. Please give a warm round of applause to our athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Recurve Men Open. Gifts will be presented by Mr. Libor Schneider, Chairman of Local Organizing Committee. Flowers will be presented by Mr. Dominic Coleman, Technical Delegate of the competition and Chair of World Archery Para-Archery Committee. Bronze medal representing Slovakia, David Ivan. Silver medal representing Turkey, Sadiq Savas. medal representing France, Guillaume Toucoulé. Ladies and gentlemen, please honor the national anthem of France. Please give a warm round of applause to our athletes. Now I invite Mr. Libor Schneider, Chairman of the Local Organizing Committee, and Mrs. Chiara Balbi, Chair of WRT Para-Archery Committee, on the field.
Vážení sportovci, sportovní přátelé, dovolte mi, abych vás jménem pořadatele, kterým byl sportovní klub Nové Město nad Metují, poděkoval za vaši účast, za vaše boje v duchu fair play a těm, kteří si vybojovali letenku do Tokia, velké úspěchy na paralympijských hrách. A vás všechny bych rád zase přivítal po roce zde na tomto stadionu, abyste zase dále bojovali a porazili své přátele, kteří vás letos porazili. Úspěchy všem, zdraví a šťastnou cestu domů.
Let me translate the chairman's word into English. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the local organizing committee, we would like to thank you for coming, for your great performance, and also for the special patience and tolerance in this annual of the World Cup and Paralympic qualification. We wish you the best performance in Tokyo Paralympics, to those of you who qualified, and we would like to see you all in future in another edition of some competition in Nové Město again. Have a safe trip home, and thank you again.
Today I have the honor to speak on behalf of World Archery Europe Para Committee. This has been a wonderful week of sport, of archery, of passion and friendship. And for all of this, it really deserves our profound thank you. Thank you to all of the volunteers. Without your effort, your precious time and your passion, nothing would have been possible. Thank you to the archers. Without your effort, through your constant determination, your joy, and sometimes even through your moments of disappointment, you embody the values of sport, from respect to fair play to friendship. Watching you so focused on the shooting line and now on this podium, take away the fatigue of all of the effort made so far. Thank you to the officials, who have been working for the past year and a half with such a difficult situation caused by the pandemic. Your commitment and dedication allowed your athletes to be here today and share their joy with you. Thank you to the judges and the classifiers who silently worked to guarantee some of the greatest value, respect for the rules and for sport, and fair play. Thank you to the local organizing committee and all of those who worked behind the scenes. Your competence, your commitment and dedication brought us here today. Last but not the least, thank you all for having respected the rules imposed by COVID pandemic, for your tolerance and your patience. As World Archery Europe, our commitment will be aimed to the growth of Para-Archery movement, really hoping to see you in the future, new junior athletes on the shooting line, more visually impaired, and obviously all of you chasing personal victories and achievements, and sharing genuine moments of our wonderful sport. I thank you in advance for the support you'll be willing to grant us, and I wish you all the best for the upcoming Paralympic Games in Tokyo.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, please honor the national anthem of Czech Republic.
Wow, to vám praskly uši. That's all. That's all for... Dobře, nechaj taky tohle.
Kde? Tady?
Ne, někde tam.
Okay.
Stavo già sganciando il maxi schermo. E allora vediamo solo qualche quadrotto qua e là perché c'è già sotto il maxi schermo. Ammazza. No, è la 29esima edizione.